Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
You guys doing okay?
Doing great.
You doing okay over there?
Yeah.
Kimmy, you doing okay?
I think so.
Okay. We have a lot to get to today on a post-game Monday not-so-victory here in the break room on CMF. But before we do, can I tell you guys a story?
Yeah, I love a good story.
Because, the older you get, the more you learn what you're supposed to do in certain social situations. However, there are things that will present itself where there is no answer.
Oh.
There is no answer. So yesterday, my daughter had hockey all weekend. So I'm at the rink yesterday, and she's got to be there an hour beforehand.
Wow.
You got to get ready. You got to stretch. You got to get your motivational speeches in.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
All right.
So I'm hanging in the bar, and I'm watching football, and this woman approaches me, probably like late 40s, very nice woman. And she goes, "Excuse me, are you on the radio?" And I go, "Yeah." No big deal.
Right.
Just a big old radio star walked into the bar that you're in. Must be a huge thrill for you.
Would you like an autograph?
Hello. Tell you what, come on over. Let's selfies for everybody. Everybody gets a selfie. So she asked me, am I on there? I go, yeah. She goes, okay. Do you work with the Bee?
She thought you were on the
I've
country
gotten
team?
that too, actually.
She didn't think I was on the Bee.
Yeah.
She asked if I work with the Bee.
Yep,
All right.
yep.
So this has happened to you, Kimmy.
Yeah, a woman came up and was like, "Do you know Hope?" You go, "Actually, I do." Very nice.
Very
great coworker.
Very sweet woman.
Yeah.
Very sweet woman. So she goes, do you work with the Bee? And I go, yes, I do. And this woman in this moment then proceeds to just fawn praise all over our coworkers down the hall on the country station. And, Bo this and TJ that and Hope that. And they're so funny and they're so charming. And she's right.
Yeah.
I love them. They're great.
Yeah,
They're
good
good
people.
people. Right.
Yeah,
But
professional.
so it's like going on and on and on and on. And I can't get out of there, right?
Yeah.
But what am I going to say? Hey, let's talk about me. Want to hear about my show? But no big deal. So she's very sweet. We're talking about the kids. And then she goes back to talking about the Bee again and how great they are. So out of nowhere, there's a man sitting at the bar in his 50s, bald head, larger gentleman.
Yeah.
He's got a beer in his hand. And without even turning his head, he goes, he's got a show too. And the woman goes,
So
what?
now he's standing up for you?
Yeah, out of nowhere. This
Okay.
guy is, by the way, 5 minutes in, this guy goes, he's got a show too. And the woman goes, what? She turns around. The guy turns it was like a bad movie. He's got the beer in his hand, and he turns from his stool. He goes, he's got a show too.
He's about to be your hero.
Wow.
So this woman tells this man, she goes, well, I don't listen to his show. He goes, you should. You ever listen to it? She goes, no, I've never. I'm not, by the way, I'm just standing
Now
there.
they're
Stuck in the
debating
middle.
your career. Right?
Yes. Now we're having a radio debate.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, it's a good show. And he starts talking about all his favorite parts of our show. Now, keep in mind, this man has not introduced himself to me.
Yes.
I do not know this man's name. I've never met this
This is where
man.
he felt like he had to insert himself.
Exactly. He is the Batman to my Gotham City right now.
Right.
He's coming in and he's going to save things. So he goes, he got some great stuff. He starts talking about Hate Mail of the Week. He goes, they do this bit where they pick a town and you guess the town. Everyone yells at each other. I'm assuming he's talking about where they won it. So this woman now is like offended that he's questioning, I guess, her radio sensibilities.
Yeah,
and
her
she's
taste.
like, well, I just like the Bee. And well, if you ever listen to them. So they're arguing with each other. They're openly arguing with each other in this bar. And I'm standing there, and I don't know what to do. So I left.
Yeah, that's the way I would do it.
Okay. That was the right thing to do?
I would have slaved. What else can you say?
I don't know. And like my biggest fear was I was going to run into them later at the rink somewhere and get in like, hey, where did you go? Or
Right.
can you believe that person over there? I didn't.
Yeah.
Thank God. I mean, for all I know, they could still be at the bar arguing about which morning show is a better show.
Okay.
The guy is obviously wrong. So just let him sink himself.
Well, like that was the other thing too. Like I didn't know how to feel about this guy because
Yeah.
on one hand, he said some nice things
Very
about us,
complimentary.
very sweet.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, hey man, just shut up.
Not
Like,
worth starting a fight over
none
here.
of this had to happen,
No
right?
kidding.
And like even in the moment, like I wanted to be like, hey man, be cool. But like it's like, hey guy who really appreciates us and is fighting for our show, shut up. And on the other hand,
Yeah.
is that woman who comes up complimenting the Bee rude? Is that a rude thing?
I don't think. Well, yeah, it is, but I don't think she meant it that. It sounds like she didn't.
Two
mean
separate
that.
questions. I agree with you. She was not being malicious intentionally.
Because she did think we were coworkers, so she probably thought, the same company, why
Yeah.
would this be offensive to anybody?
Totally
Yeah.
understood. But I understand that like what we do for a living is strange, right? And I did not take any offense by what that woman did. She was very sweet.
Yeah.
Totally get it. Happy to talk with her about any other radio show but ours for 20 minutes. As long
Yeah,
as she wants
sure.
to. But like, if you draw like an equivalent to like another business, right? Like if I run into a carpenter, right, and I go, oh, do you know Dan, my buddy Dan? He's a carpenter. He goes, yeah. And I just start talking about how great Dan is at his job for like 20 minutes. At some point, that other carpenter would be like, I'm a carpenter too.
Yes. I give all my money to him.
Yes, exactly.
Not you.
Like, with all due respect, I do have kids to feed.
Yeah. But I don't think people see it that way.
And I get it.
But it is insulting.
I mean, I guess it's, well, here's the thing.
But we insult each other, so I guess we deserve it.
Like, it did not bother me again in any way. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I always wonder, like, when that happens. Because that's happened a couple of times. In fact, I get more compliments on other shows than I do on the show we do. Right? Like, when people walk away afterwards, they go, man, maybe that was not the right thing to say.
No, I don't think so
Okay.
at all. Because usually they want to tell you what they listen to.
Yeah.
If they care at all, they'll go, oh, yeah, I really like satellite radio.
Sure.
Or
Yeah.
Howard
don't
Stern.
listen.
That Howard Stern boy, you really owe your career to him, huh? Yeah, he really started it off.
To your point, the one interaction that is a little awkward sometimes is the whole, oh, you work for this station? I don't listen.
Yes.
They don't even want to talk about anything else. It's just, so why did you bring it up then?
Yeah, like you didn't have to. It's like, what do you do for a living? Oh, you sell satellite dishes? I got cable. I don't need you.
Yeah.
It's
Shut up.
It's a weird ending to a conversation because we have nowhere to go from there.
No, my favorite one that I get is I don't listen to radio at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I heard that radio's dead.
Yeah, no, yes, thank you. Radio's dead. Well, I mean, my check's still clear, so I guess we're okay for now. I don't know. What do you want me to say, man? Because it's not even about the insulting part of it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say back to you.
That's
'Cause-
part, yeah. Okay. Well.
Great.
Okay.
Because I don't want to hurt your feelings.
No,
I
you
get
just-
that maybe you don't understand. Like what we said might be like, like, hey, thanks, man. But like, what am I going to say? Because if I were to be like, hey, thanks, I got kids to feed, I look like the dick. And I don't want to look like a dick.
Yeah.
Right? So like, what do you do?
So, with the extended family on my wife's side, there's a couple of guys that really enjoy the show. But they don't like me off the show.
I get that.
So we were at a wedding, and I told a joke that the guy didn't get.
Yeah.
He was, we were drinking and stuff, and he just looks at me and goes, man, you're a lot funnier on the radio. All right, I'll go to the station now. Leave.
Which is amazing because you're not funny here. What was he expecting?
You almost appreciate his honesty in that moment because, like, it's pretty rare that somebody's like that honest to your face. But for whatever reason, when it comes to something like this, people have no problem just saying how they feel.
I mean, it is something you have to get used to. With that being said, 252 WCMF. I'm at the rink yesterday waiting for my daughter's game to start. I'm watching some football in the bar. This woman comes up to me, very, very sweet woman, probably in her late 40s. Now I'm realizing that was probably a rude thing to say, that I'm guessing this woman's age. 'Cause she could be 32. Like, I'm going to check out his
40's
show
not a
tomorrow.
bad age.
Well, if she's not 40 yet,
Yeah.
then.
She's 33. She's like, you know what? I'm going to give his show a chance after. What the hell is wrong? She comes up to me, asks if I work on the radio. I go, yes. She starts talking about the country station down the way.
Yeah.
And starts talking about how much she loves them. And she's going on and on for like 3, 4, 5 minutes about how great they are. And I'm just, sitting there being polite, talking to her. This guy, after she's going on, larger man, bald head, drinking a beer. He's got a show, too. She starts interacting with him. Now they're arguing about which show is better, and I didn't know what to do, so I just left. Yeah. And by the way, neither of them noticed I had walked out of the room.
Oh, wow.
Because there's
You
windows.
didn't even matter anymore.
No, I was gone. There's windows when you walk out of the bar over there at Lakeshore. I'm just looking through the window. They're still going. The point you made, Kimmy, about people not understanding, like people having no problem just telling us things to our faces.
No issue.
That is definitely something you have to get used to, I think. Like when you do a job like this or any like front-serving job where you're working with people on a regular basis, it is astonishing to me sometimes, whether it's this business, whether you work in retail, whether it's a restaurant, whether you cook, whatever, how brutally honest people have no problem being to your face when they think that you are not up to snuff for whatever.
Yeah.
And how, if the tables were turned, deeply offended they would be if you had said the same thing.
Yeah.
Because we're at the point now, I'll speak for myself, where like you and I were on the road doing stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
We had people to our faces while we were trying to earn a living telling us how terrible we were. You can't hurt us.
Yeah.
Right? But like the stuff that people write trying to hurt us, like sometimes it's like, oh my God. Oh my God! Like some of the things we read, right? Like, on like Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and the phone calls that Kimmy gets on. What? Why? Wow!
Yeah, but it makes them feel better to take their aggression out on you. That's what you're there for.
Which is fine. And again,
You're
it's,
just a whipping post.
no, it's fine. Again, does not bother me. I just don't get where it comes from.
Oh.
Like, I guess part of me wants to like pull people aside sometimes because there's some folks that'll like write me on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I do not follow them. They do
They
not
usually
follow
don't
me.
have their picture out there.
Yeah, exactly that too. But like every once in a while, they'll go out of their way to like either tweet directly at the show or directly at me about something awful about me or whatever. Fine.
And it's sometimes about the weirdest conversations that you wouldn't even think would trigger anybody's a response like that from somebody.
And I guess my question is like, why? I get we're not for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm not here to say you need to. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. You and me and Kimmy especially, we're an acquired taste.
Yeah.
You can go do something that's not going to make you stressed out. I wouldn't blame you for it.
Okay.
I don't know.
It is funny, though, how brutally honest people have to, or feel like they have to be, when they tell you they like the show. It's almost like they have to add something negative to it. Like, I love the show. I don't really like Tommy, though. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Horrible person.
good to know.
Even more awkward. Like you'll have these sweet people. And this happens with women. Maybe it's a woman thing more than it's a guy thing. I don't know. I had a woman come up to me one time. Loves the show. Very sweet of her. Very sweet. She, and she goes, oh, my God, it's so much better than. And she names another show in town that we're friends with.
Yeah.
And she starts crapping on them. And I'm standing there like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I like? Yeah. They suck so hard, so long and so hard. You should write them and tell them how much.
I disagree with them. Yeah, they blow.
What if it gets back to them?
I don't care.
Oh, you do.
What are they gonna do?
You do.
It's never gotten back to them.
You play all the time. What are you gonna do? If someone were to say something mean about the beat, you go, and Hope were to come down here and be like, why did you say that? You would be, Kevin did it.
I can't stand that kid.
They're going to jump on Twitter. Dear Moose and Breezy, Tommy said that you
suck.
guys have a terrible show and that you're the worst.
And also, I know you and I don't know about Kimmy because she just needs attention all the time.
Yeah.
You and I are bad at getting compliments.
Hmm?
So, like, even when the interaction goes as fantastic as possible, on the rare occasion where someone comes up and says,
You got to bring it down a
listen,
notch.
well, I don't know what to say, Kimmy, because I feel like I'm being an arrogant dick if I'm just like, yep, yeah, absolutely, thank you, you're right, we're great.
Yeah, it's not good.
What do you say?
There's nothing, because you look like an idiot.
Thank you. Can't win.
That and when people, it'd be like having somebody sing to you. That's how uncomfortable I am.
Yeah, no, it does have the happy birthday at Applebee's feel to it.
This is not fun.
And you don't even get a piece of cake after. How about this? If you're going to come up and say you love the show, from this point on, have cake.
Okay.
Yeah, but then they just hit it in our face.
No, because they like the show.
No.
Yeah, but it's funny.
No, just don't give people like
Yeah, why
if I
would you
get hit with a
suggest
piece of
that?
cake, so help me God.
What if it's a cheat day?
No, I'd rather eat the cake. I want to eat the
can't
cake.
eat
Now
it.
we're just.
Take it off your face. The Stooges did it.
All right, how about this? They smash you with the cake, and I'll eat the cake off your
All right.
face. All right.
That's gross.
Oh, no, I don't like it now.
No, don't you licking my face.
See, this is why the bee is so much better than us. This is why I'm getting compliments for other shows, because we're doing jokes about me licking chocolate cake off your face in a sensual manner. We got a dynamite. Everybody sucks and is great at the same time. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. Speaking of sucking and being great at the same time, how about that Bills game yesterday?
Yeah, that was different.
It kept you entertained.
To the end.
I mean, it's what's funny is it was one of those games that felt completely out of reach until all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute.
But then it kept going back and forth like that,
Yeah.
right?
It was one of the best games of the season.
Fun to watch.
I mean, the
for
Bills.
a little while.
And they shouldn't have won.
The Bills, you're saying.
I mean, the Bills shouldn't have been that close.
No, I know you're
like,
right.
Then all of a sudden it just turned into this game.
So Bills fans, there are a lot of Bills fans, and I don't know how you guys feel. We'll get to it. That believe that was the defining moment of the Bills are not ready, and this is a devastating loss. And well, I'm interested because I thought you were going to come in here and sucks. McDermott sucks.
Well, I mean, you
defense
can't.
Sucks.
You can't put it on Josh.
No,
Jesus
Absolutely
Christ,
not.
man.
he had arguably the greatest day a quarterback's ever had in NFL history.
Again.
Yes, in back-to-back weeks.
Yes,
he
he's
did.
broken records in 2 weeks.
So we'll get to all of that just after 6:45 because I think you can make a legitimate argument. And I already feel the tweets coming in. I already feel them. I think you can make a solid argument that game yesterday was the best thing that could have happened to this Bills team right now. We'll get to that just after 6:40. Somebody made some picks on Friday.
We gotta get
Come
to
on,
them.
that's crazy. Didn't count.
What do you mean it doesn't
Oh,
count?
and I don't. By the way, it's on you.
Why is it on
You
me?
did this.
What did I do?
Oh, you called it.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you willed this into existence.
No, my
Oh,
friend,
yes, you did.
I warned you.
Well, get that one game where you
There is yes, there was one holy crap game every
and you
year.
called it, and you willed it in.
Is that what it
You
is?
did it.
So if I didn't point out that it happens every year, it wouldn't
And
happen.
I don't want to hear this other thing you all say all the time.
What's
too.
that?
Well, they're not going to be. You can't go to the West Coast. The guy set all these records yesterday. You can't tell me he's tired.
didn't win.
The time difference.
Defense looked pretty tired.
Yeah.
Well, that offense sure as hell didn't.
Okay.
Tommy made some picks. We're gonna recap those picks.
I got the shaft.
Oh yeah, you did. You're gonna get double shafted coming around 7:45. You got to pay extra for that on our live stream, by the way. And we will try and make sense of what the hell to walk away with from this game. Our good buddy from 13 Wham, new Papa. Hot takes, Dan Chesty. Please keep your hands to yourself and keep it down, Fates. Just after 9 o'clock on a postgame Monday here on CMF. But before we get there, it is Christmas time, and you need a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And you have a choice in a Christmas tree.
Yes, you do.
You can go to the department store, grab a tree, whatever, that's fine. But if you want live, you also have choices in live. There are two very specific places to go to get that live tree. And I can't figure out which one is more popular and why one would be even close to as popular when you have this other quicker option right there for you. And we'll get to it. Just have next here at the break room, on 96.5 WCMF. You need a tree, Tommy.
Yeah.
And you have options in that tree.
Okay.
You can go the standard, easy, fake tree route, but if you want real, you even have to select when it comes down that road.
A real pine.
And I guess road is the perfect way to put it because there's a quick route
Yeah.
and a long route.
Mm-hmm.
And can someone explain why the long route is even something people entertain right now?
Do it like a man.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. There are a lot of people in Bills Mafia who, after that game yesterday, despite the historic performance from Josh Allen, are in panic mode.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. I can't sit here and say, don't panic. But I will argue that what happened yesterday may be the best thing that could have happened to the Bills at this moment.
All right.
And we will get into it on a post-game Monday just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So a couple of stories over the weekend about how Christmas tree lots have seen a boom
Oh.
the last
all right.
week. Yeah, believe it or not, right before Christmas, a lot of people buying Christmas trees.
All right. So we're slammed with trees.
You got it. So are either of you real Christmas tree people?
Used to be.
Not
many
anymore.
years ago.
Say when you say many years ago.
When second wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
But was that her choice or your choice?
Oh, it was her choice.
And so you're fine with fake trees.
Yeah, we used to go with my sister-in-law, march out in the mud with the hand saw.
Oh, you did like full on cut down
it
your
sucked.
Christmas tree.
Like they have this idea it's going to be this cocoa and fun. It's freezing cold.
Okay.
It's miserable. It's wet. It's muddy. And I'm not good with a saw.
You?
Yeah.
With your girl hands?
So I cut it and cut it and cut it. And I'm cussing and a cutting.
Cutting and a cussing.
Cutting
Cussing and a cussing.
cussing.
Oh, we screwed it up. Kimmy, are you a real tree person?
No, I don't know if I've ever had a maybe when I was really little, my parents bought a real tree, but we've been fake tree people my whole life.
Okay, so samesies. This is
Yeah.
foreign
It's the
to
way
me.
to go.
Well, I mean, I'm allergic. My dad was allergic, so we can't have real
Yeah.
trees.
Yeah.
But when it comes to shopping for a real tree, you got two options.
Yeah.
There are the farms out in the sticks, like you just described, where you cut them down yourselves. And it seems more than just that now, right? Like they have their little Christmas stores, the refreshments. Sometimes Santa's there
Oh,
for
sure.
pictures. You can make a whole day of it with the kids.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
you have those lots, a lot of them run by the Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
They're smack dab in the middle of a city or suburban neighborhood. The trees are just lined up straight. They'll secure it to your car. They'll let you take it home.
Yeah.
What they don't get into in the story, and what I'm dying to figure out,
What's that?
which one is more popular? Because you only see, Tommy, on social media pictures of people that go out to the farms,
Yeah.
which makes you believe that's the popular one. However, why would you take a picture of yourself pointing to a tree in a parking lot on East Avenue?
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? It would be like you're taking a picture of your kid grabbing a pumpkin off a shelf at Wegmans.
Yeah. So I guess like one's a purchase, one's an outing.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Who sells more trees?
Oh. It's got to be the convenience.
You think that the ones that are just in the lot on
Yeah.
the street?
I mean, who's got the time to spend all that driving out to the country and doing all that, strapping it in, doing it? And
You're
bringing
kidding
it
me.
back? Where they'll put it in your car. You could do it you can go to Wegmans, hit the tree store, come home.
Yeah, but you could do the same thing for apples and pumpkins. People go do that all effing day, man.
But the weather's nicer. And by the way, when that happens, you have way less to do. Like, think of everything you've got to do right now around the holiday.
Yeah.
You don't have time to be jerking around a farm with a saw.
I don't know. People cut out time for that kind of stuff.
I mean, I think Kimmy-
it's like they'll put it on the calendar.
I mean,
It's
Kimmy's-
got to be convenient.
If it's look, I would agree with you. I would think that's right. But Kimmy's right. The power of nostalgia and a family tradition can have people going back over and over and over again.
But you can't tell me it's fun. Like I get the naivete of doing it the first time, but once I did it that time, I go, this sucks.
It looks
it's a mess.
yeah.
That my car's a mess. The house is a mess. There's mud all over everything.
Well, you know what I've seen too is the families that double up on, they'll do the Christmas tree cutting and do their family holiday pictures at the same place. You know, because you got all the ambiance of the
memories.
trees.
Which
Yeah.
is tough because you got to get those cards turned around real quick, right?
Yeah,
That's a
kidding.
3-week turnaround. 252 WCMF stories this weekend about how there's been a booming real Christmas tree sales the last couple of weeks. We're trying to figure out, are people buying more trees from those lots you have to walk out, cut it yourself? Or are people buying more trees from like those lots in the middle of the city or town where they just have the trees lined up? Let's talk to Mary. Hey, Mary, how are you?
Hi, good morning. This reminds me of this story my sister-in-law told me. She said, oh, we always had a tradition of getting our tree on Christmas Eve, and then we would decorate it Christmas Eve night. And I said, oh, really? I said, you do realize that was a free tree? because the lots would close down at like 6 o'clock. My dad used to do the same thing. Yeah, they were free. It was like, just take them because we're not, we're not going to stand here.
Wait, that sounds like a country song. We got our tree on Christmas Eve because Daddy got it for free.
I know. And she was like, she thought it was a tradition,
Well, here's the thing, though.
What's up?
Props to his old man, her old man, and your old man, because it's less work, less time it's going to be up. You're not spending any money.
I remember my mother saying, we're not getting a tree this year because we were broke. And it was like, and we were like heartbroken. Oh my God, we were trying to make them out of Reader's Digest magazines and making these little trees and trying to put them together. We were like creative kids, but I know.
Busted ass.
Maybe if you stop spending all that money on your Reader's Digest subscription, you can get a tree, Mary. I'm just saying.
Oh, my mother kept them for years too. Oh yes.
Mary, great to talk to you. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
Have a good one, darling.
There goes Mary.
I don't work on Christmas Eve though.
What's
and
that?
then, I mean, you only get how long do you have it up for at that point?
Yeah, but here's the thing, man. For me, the less the better. That sounds great, right? And it becomes like a family tradition of decorating the tree the night before Christmas.
Tear it down 2 days
romantic.
later.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Okay, so the people that go out to the farms, the one you're describing, Tommy, where you're cutting it down and hiking in mud and everything, you only do that because you were raised doing that, right?
I guess,
I
or
think
you
so.
just somebody saw it and go, "This will be fun."
Well, no,
Unless like maybe you're oblivious to it, so that's why you would start. You think you want to start it as a family tradition, like you never did it as a kid, so let's try it.
But like Tommy said, okay, maybe if you do that, you only do that once.
Yeah,
because you realize it sucks. Unless your kids had such a good time, you feel like you have to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Like the draw of making memories with your kids around the holidays will make you do the stupidest, most painful, obnoxious, awful thing.
Yeah.
If they look like they're having a good time.
Like the hours I've stood in line to meet Santa, all the trips to Skinny Atlas because my wife wants to go watch a bunch of unpaid psychos dressed up like a Dickens character.
But I don't know if the kids even appreciate it. Because even when I talk to my wife now, what she did with my stepkids, like she has fun memories of. But if you have the kids, they go, "Oh yeah, I met Thurman Thomas."
Well, cutting down a tree. Huh?
Yeah, it was like when they stand in line for the
Yes.
bills and all that stuff. Like, they don't have the same like. She took them to Disney way back when they were like 8, 9 years old, like when you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Their memory of is, oh yeah, we went on that spinny thing. Like they have no memory of all the other stuff that they spent money on. It was pointless.
I don't know if you need to have like a specific memory of sitting on Santa's lap, though. It's more just like the tradition of it all, I guess. I don't know, because you, as a kid, you see other kids doing these things too, and you don't want to be left out of anything.
Yeah.
He's just looking for a reason to not stand in line. But even with Santa, the Disney, the cutting down the trees, sometimes it's not about the memory. Sometimes it's the joy you see on your kid's face in the moment.
But you'll get pissed off when they don't have that same memory you have. Because I know when my wife talks about it, she's glowing about it. And the kids go, "Oh, yeah, we did that? Oh, that must have been fun." Like it's like, you were there, kid.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Mike writes us, we did cut down the tree. We did the cut down your own tradition until the kids moved out. Now we have a fake one. I just didn't have the motivation to leave the house without the kids, but when they have their kids, I hope they want to cut it down so I can go with them. So he wants to go back.
All right.
So maybe it's not that bad. I mean, you are a sissy. I don't know why I'm listening
It's
to you.
just backbreaking.
It does kind of make you feel like a man, though, doesn't it? Like in front of your wife. Oh, should we cut
Only
down
if
this
you
tree?
can pull it off.
You don't look like you're struggling
Like
too
if
hard.
you're down there for 15 minutes whittling at this stump.
Swearing, getting frustrated.
Right.
Okay, here's the thing.
Because if it's gonna put you in a bad mood the rest of the day, it's the day's shot.
And here's the other thing: you're not going to cut it even. So, like, you're going to pull it off. You're going to have this jagged base to it. You're going to have to like fix that.
With all due respect,
What?
and you know I love you, I would like to think that I'm better at cutting down a tree with a handsaw.
You've
than
never cut it. You've never even used a saw.
Understood, but look at you.
Yeah, but he's smaller, so he can get under there.
Yeah, but he's
I
got
can stand up underneath it.
252 WCMF. Joe's got the last word. Hey, Joe, how are you, brother?
Hey, Duff, go Bills.
Go Bills.
Hey, so what I can tell you, Duffy, I live out in Caledonia. I drive to Pittsburgh for work every day, but I come the back roads. I go by Stokey Farms every morning or every afternoon on the way home. The place is packed. Ever since the day after Thanksgiving, Duff.
All right, so you're
Probably-
saying now Stokey's a weird one though because it's a farm kind of in a neighborhood at the same time.
Yeah.
So does that mean people?
I mean, they're not there for anything but Christmas trees at this point, Duff. It's packed. 10-acre lot, full of cards.
10 acres of miserable men with saws and muddy knees.
I mean, people at the road parking them. I mean, it's crazy.
All right, so
Out
you're
of
saying
control.
then the manly tree cutting mud people, those are the ones that are selling the most trees.
Absolutely, definitely. I'll tell you what, if they're getting 75 a tree, which is probably the average right now,
Oh,
and you got 200 cars every day, 3-day weekends for 3 weeks. Think about that money.
That's a lot of money, Joe.
That's like $400.
It's 125,000, Duff, just for Christmas.
I'm going to take your word for it, Joe. I'm not doing the math, but thank you for the call, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Go Bills!
Go Bills. There goes Joe. Speaking of Go Bills,
Mm-hmm.
not fun. Well, here's the thing. It
was
fun.
It was a hell of a game.
Like, when the game ended, as disappointing as it was like
every time I thought, oh, that's it.
They're out of
they
it.
don't have anything left, and then they come back. I'm like, okay, we got a game again.
there are a lot of Bills Mafia fans that are disappointed.
Yeah.
Understandable. There are a lot of Bills Mafia who have decided yesterday was the devastating blow to their championship hopes. And I am here to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Unless you call, I'll tell you you're
Yeah.
wrong. However, I'm going to make the argument.
Okay.
I think it's a good argument.
All right.
That what happened yesterday is exactly what the Bills needed. And we'll do it next on a Postgame Monday here in the Break Room on CMF.
Allen over the middle, complete to Shakir. 40, 30, 20, still on his feet, looking for the end zone, and he's going to make it for the touchdown. Khalil Shakir, old reliable, with a 51-yard catch and run to pay dirt.
That was a play that put him back in it.
Yeah, buddy.
Till they weren't in it, and then it was over.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. It's bad in Bills Mafia. 7-game win streak means nothing. House on fire. Grab the kids. Grab the dog. Get the hell out. Because there are two ways, Tommy, to look at that loss yesterday.
Yeah, what do you do?
One, the Bills are cooked. Two.
Well, they got embarrassed kind of on one side of the ball.
Oh, and I can't argue that. But there's also an argument to be made.
Okay.
That what happened yesterday was exactly what the Bills needed. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It turns out, at least according to the news, that if you are allegedly running an elementary school fight club on the bus you're driving, you're going to get in trouble.
Wait, you're not allowed to?
Not allowed to do that.
So they had Fight Club on the bus?
Allegations, story coming. We will tell you what happened to the city of Rochester just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills fall to the L.A. Rams in a West Coast shootout, 42-44. And it was a tale of offense and defense, Tommy.
Yeah.
Or should we say offense, no defense?
Yes.
Because that Bills D could not get a stop all night long.
They could not figure it out.
Well, both sides. Both defenses sucked.
You're right, but here's the thing. The Rams' defense actually sucks.
Yeah.
The Bills' defense had not sucked.
Yeah, you had everybody back. Right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, is there an injury? No, there's no injury.
All the boys were back.
Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford goes for over 300. The Rams as a team rush for almost 140, throwing a block punt for a touchdown. That is a recipe for a loss. Speaking of loss, lost in yesterday's game is another all-time performance
Insane.
from our beautiful baby boy Josh Allen. Last week, Josh Allen became the first quarterback to throw for, run for, and receive a touchdown in the same game. This week, he had 424 yards of total offense by himself. Let me say that again. Josh Allen yesterday had 424 total yards of offense on his own. He outgained half of the teams in the NFL, period.
And lost.
By the way, along with that yardage, Tommy, came 6 total touchdowns. And if that wasn't good enough,
what else?
He became the first NFL player, first player in the Super Bowl era to throw for 3 touchdowns and rush for 3 touchdowns in the same game. The only other player to do it was former Rochester Royals basketball player and Hall of Fame quarterback Otto Graham.
But men were named Otto.
That's right. And he did it in 1954. Josh's performance was amazing. But Thomas?
Yep.
History giveth, history taketh away.
Ooh, yank it back.
Because as we talk about history, yesterday, let me try that again.
Yeah.
Before yesterday, in the over 100 years of the NFL, teams that had scored at least 6 touchdowns and didn't commit a turnover were 245-0.
Oh.
Today.
So this is the first.
It is the first.
Another first.
Making history.
The first time an NFL team scored 6 touchdowns, did not turn the ball over, and lost. They lost.
So once again, Josh has been part of one of the greatest games ever played and lost.
It was a gate game. You're right. Yeah. One of the greatest games ever.
I'm thinking of Otto Graham. the late, great Otto Graham.
I mean, you can't argue it wasn't entertaining.
No, it was one of
the... No, but you just get tired of seeing them lose these kind of games.
But that hasn't been the story of the season, though.
No, but it's been the story of Josh Allen.
And I just got to think at this point, love or hate the Bills, I mean, you got to look forward to them being on your television because you're going to get a great game.
But then you see Kansas City get a doink in. Like, they get the break, and they don't.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot of breaks this season.
But here's the thing. I'm okay with that, and we'll talk about it later. But, Tommy, you're
using... Give me a doink.
You want doink?
I'd love a good doink.
Get the hell out of here.
I would love a good doinking.
Bro, I got this new business I'm working out.
Yeah, what do you got?
It's called Doinks for... Nope, I screwed it up. Doesn't matter. Look. Very tired. It's been a long week. Tommy, on a scale of 1 to 10, your panic meter for the Bills, 10 being the most panicked, is at what right now?
It's not that bad.
Give me a number.
Yeah, 5.
Okay, right in the
middle. Because, like...
Still pretty bad for not that bad.
Well, I thought they were getting blown out. And then when they started coming back and inching it back in,
okay.
And then I go, and you can't be pissed off. This kid has 6 touchdowns.
Josh Allen is not the problem.
Right, and the offense... came together. They did it. So, like, you can't get that. You could just be mad at the defense. So that's why I put it at a 5.
Okay, so you're half mad for half the team.
Because the defense just looked. I kept going, how is that guy so open? How is that guy so open?
Nobody even
Where
near
is
him.
this? Nobody sees this guy over here. Just
Defensive coordinator Tommy. Hey, see that guy standing there?
Some
Stop
of
him.
these guys were just wide ass open, and then that one kid makes that catch.
Man,
Like,
Puka Nacua.
should
They
not
missed
have
him
happened.
the first half of the season for sure.
He had two of them. He had the one on the sideline and the one over Matt Milano.
Yeah.
They were amazing. Kimmy, on a scale of 1 to 10, your panic meter is at?
3.
Okay.
I mean, I just think I knew a loss was coming. I didn't think that they would finish out the season without losing at all. And I just think that I don't know if it was necessarily a, hey, we figured out a Bills weakness, or this was just kind of one of those games where they just were never going to get it together. I mean, there were some weird penalties. Well, they struggled with penalties, I should say
Both
that.
teams did, by the way. But
Yeah,
that's
and that always changes the game in a lot of ways where it's like, does it come down to the more disciplined team at this point?
I should have brought this up on Friday.
Why is that?
Because I had it in front of us. That referee crew has thrown the second most flags in the NFL all season long. Like that was kind of a theme going into the game. It ended up being the case. Okay.
And we also don't forget, I mean, they're still without some of their guys on offense, and you got to figure, I mean, that's only going to make them better.
Okay, but what do you got to do? Score 60?
I
I mean,
know.
I don't know if that makes me feel better. Okay.
Right.
I'm surprised you guys are so calm.
Yeah.
Because if you get on social media or listen to the post-game calls last night, oh, my God, you would have thought the Bills were eliminated from playoff
This is
contention.
also a team they don't see that often. You got to figure that, too.
Yeah, but last time they saw him, they blew him out.
Yeah.
Okay. There are 3 reasons
All right.
I can give you right now, if you are a Bills fan in panic mode, to calm you down.
So you're acting like this is a wake-up call.
Well, here's the thing. Gather around.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
Reason 1. No loss is a good loss, but if you have to lose scoring 42 points.
All right.
Because we know the Bills' D, Kimmy, to your point, is not that bad, right?
I didn't think so.
There are bad days, and that was obviously
I
a
think
bad
Oh,
day.
yeah,
a
they
bad
got
day.
bent over.
But
In L.A.
L.A. bent over.
That's a West Coast bend over, buddy.
Look, in today's NFL,
Yeah.
the bad losses are the ones where your team scores 23 points or less. And if you look at last year's Bills losses, it was mostly the offense sputtering. 16 points to the Jets, lose opening night. 20 points to Jacksonville and London, you lose. 18 points to Cincy.
Yeah.
In Cincy, you lose. 22 points to Denver, you lose on that walk-off field goal. There is a way to find a win when you score. And it didn't happen yesterday, but it felt like it was going to.
Mm.
Yeah.
On the other hand, 99% of the time, if you score 40, you're walking away with a
Yes.
victory. Reason 2.
All right, 2.
The last couple of years, the Bills have not lost in the last 7 weeks of the season. You ready for a fun fact?
What's that?
Up until yesterday, the Bills had won 15 straight regular season games in December and January.
Oh.
And they did that because they had to. They were behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
You needed to rip off wins for a playoff berth. You wanted to avoid the 3, the 4 seed. And the runs in those years, they were awesome. They were fun. But there's an argument to be made that when you are exhausting yourself like that in desperate mode to get in,
Yeah.
you've got no gas for the playoffs.
All
And in the
right.
last 2 years, they've lost in the divisional round. There are some NFL experts, Tommy,
Yeah.
that hold dear this idea
Go ahead.
that you need a late season loss before you go into the playoffs. Because there are no unbeatable teams in the NFL. The league's too good. Every team has exploitable weaknesses. And when your weaknesses get exploited before the playoffs, you have the ability to fix them.
All right.
Now, there's a lot you can look at tonight or today
Yeah.
at the tape and be like, that we have to fix, right? But I'd much rather have, look, a win with that exploitation would have been nice. But that one's an NFC loss. It's not an AFC loss.
Right.
It doesn't kill you. It's not divisional. They locked it up.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
So I was looking at this like, if this was the Detroit game and it ended like this, I would have felt better. Because you went to
it was a good team.
to the end with the best team in football. Like, you got to figure Detroit's probably the best all-around football team right now. And, well, you look at everybody else.
See, I feel the opposite.
But maybe the Rams expose some things that you can kind of fix here before you see that really, really good team.
I'm with
You know what I
Kimmy.
mean?
Well, I've been saying, like,
You're
you
not
should-
going to do that again.
You
hopefully.
should beat the Rams. If you don't beat the Detroit, but you play a game like that, that'd be a hell of a game.
I feel the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Because, look, we've talked about this for the last couple of weeks. Every year, the Bills have a holy crap game where you sit back and go, holy crap, how
I
did they
thought
lose
that
that
was
game?
the Houston game.
No, because they were hurt.
Right.
The injuries were just ridiculous.
Right.
Yesterday, you were mostly healthy. The offense wasn't the problem. That's where the injuries were.
Yeah.
That was a game where you
it was the worst defensive performance of the season, and you were still in it.
It may have been the worst defensive performance of the McDermott era, in all
Possibly,
honesty.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that loss was going to happen
Right.
to a team that you should not have lost to.
All right, so we get that out of the way.
If you go toe-to-toe with the Lions and lose, I know that the Bills have given their best everything.
Yeah.
And to lose a game like that depresses me more.
All right.
I can understand that loss yesterday. If you lose to the Lions in the same way, that's depressing. Like that loss to the Eagles last year was the most depressing loss for me of the season.
Yeah, that was where they came back to win it, right? The Eagles?
Yeah,
right?
like overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the biggest reason why,
Oh, number 3.
yes, yesterday may have been good for the Bills.
Mm.
In that loss, we got to see how truly powerful this offense can be when the team needs it.
Oh, yeah.
Because Bills head coach Sean McDermott, he likes to do two things. He likes to either slowly suffocate the life out of opposing teams by holding the ball for long drives.
Yeah.
Or, when the Bills get up 3 scores, takes a foot off the gas and lets the clock work.
Mm.
Yesterday, none of those things were happening,
Yeah.
obviously, right? The Bills needed quick scores to get them back in it. And what you witnessed was, for the first time this season, how dangerous this offense can be when they need to put points on the board. They were in a 17-point deficit, and they managed to make that up somehow with their defense not stopping a damn
Nothing.
thing.
Yeah.
I don't even know
Did
how
LA
they did
punt?
it. What?
LA didn't punt at all, did they? Or maybe once or twice.
It's a good question.
You
They could, though.
be right.
Let me check.
What,
Stand
they
by.
scored 7 touchdowns?
1 punt. No, 2 punts, 95 yards
Oh, all right.
total.
It was also a weird game too because how often?
I'm sorry. One of those punts was to end the game.
Oh.
And the Rams went up on a blocked punt, which doesn't happen all that often. There were just some things that really were going their way last night too. On top of that,
No, I mean that was a good look. If there's one person you
Yeah.
want to be really upset at,
Who's that?
the special teams coordinator, because this is like the 3rd time. So not only do you
kept
have
getting some good field position too. Yeah.
Okay, so you got that. You got the block punt for a touchdown, Kimmy, which is brutal.
Yeah.
Did you know the Bills only had 9 players on the field for that last play?
No.
Oh. For the last play?
The punt.
Oh.
No.
The Bills only had 9 players on the field.
Yikes.
And that's the 2nd time they've
That's
screwed
happened.
that up in 2 years against Denver. Don't forget that loss last
Yep.
year.
So who's that guy?
I
Special teams guy.
know off the top.
Is that Larry Petrowski?
Oh, yeah. Coach Petrowski.
Yeah.
He and his assistant Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Washington. If you remember last year,
Yeah.
the Broncos game where they missed that go-ahead field goal,
Okay.
they had 12 men on the field, flagged, they got to kick it again,
Oh.
and that's how they walked off and won it.
Matthew Smiley.
That's what Smiley this morning.
Smiley.
I mean, look,
In
McDermott.
my office, Smiley. I wipe that smiley off your face.
McDermott.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword here. He is loyal to his guys.
Yeah.
He loves his guys. He will never throw his guys under the bus, right? Like, there was a ton of tension between Brian Daboll, offensive coordinator, when he was here, and
Yeah.
Sean McDermott. You saw it in that handshake afterwards. You never saw McDermott throw that guy under the bus when he was upset.
No.
Leslie Frazier walked away, former defensive coordinator, from this job. He never threw Leslie Frazier
Yeah.
under the bus, right? And I don't know how McDermott feels this morning about his special teams coordinator. I can't see them firing a special teams coordinator in the middle of the
At this point,
season.
yeah.
But
He's not the problem either. I mean,
well,
the defense.
Doesn't
you had a
help.
whole game. I mean,
look, you're right.
there was a lot of problems.
You're right. There's more problems. I will say this.
Yeah.
You don't block a punt for a touchdown. You kind of.
Oh, you win the game. Yeah.
Well, things work out differently.
Yeah,
I'm just
who knows?
saying. When's the last time you saw a block punt return for a touchdown in the
That's what I mean.
NFL?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen often.
All right, so here's the bottom line.
All right,
Go
so
ahead,
what's the
Kim.
bottom line?
Well, I was gonna say the other thing that, and I don't. This is just something personally that doesn't really bug me. Of all the teams you were gonna lose to, fan base wise, that one doesn't bug me as much.
Oh yeah, because there are no Rams fans.
Like, sure, I'm not gonna get hassled by any Rams fans today. So.
Yeah.
Like they were all coming back from the sushi bar, thinking the Rams were still up 17. Oh, what? Bro.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the bottom line.
What's that?
The Bills this morning, still the 2 seed. They are tied with the Steelers, but they have the tiebreaker over them. Not only do they own the tiebreaker over the Steelers' schedule is about to get brutal. They have the hardest remaining schedule.
Oh.
All right. Whereas the Bills, after Detroit, have the easiest remaining schedule. Both the Texans and the Ravens, who the Bills have lost to, were on the bye this week. And they are still 2 games back of the Bills. Kansas City wins last night on that doinkaroo, like you said, which isn't ideal. But let's keep in mind, this time last year, the Bills were 2 games back of a playoff spot and ended up as the 2 seed in the AFC.
Oh, all right.
What I'm telling you is for all of you folks that think that the number 1 overall seed is gone and we're going to end up as the 4.
There could be a collapse.
I mean, look, I'm not saying collapse. It doesn't even have to be a collapse.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, a lot can happen in 4 weeks. Think about how everyone was feeling about the Bills 4 weeks ago.
Okay.
Right? You had a 3-game win streak coming off back-to-back losses. I'm just saying, deep breaths, everything's okay. We have the best quarterback on the planet.
Yes.
Enjoy it.
All right.
All right. That being said, some people had maybe a rougher night than the Bills did.
What happened?
Well, somebody made picks on Friday.
Oh, bro, I got the Shaftola.
For the picks you made.
Yeah. Come on.
That's not really an argument. Come on.
Come on.
Come on. A Muley postgame, lot of excuses Monday. Coming at you just after 7:45 on a postgame Monday. And from 13 Wham at Buffalo Plus, Dan Fates. I am dying to know if Fates, just after 9, is in panic mode or if he's like, bro, it's cool. I got a hoodie and a sweatshirt on at the same time. Man, that stupid commercial they keep running. Happy holidays. I got a sweatshirt and a jacket on 13 Wham. Dan Fates just after 9 o'clock here on a postgame Monday on CMF. So here's a good rule to start your morning.
Okay.
If you drive a school bus, don't do an unauthorized elementary school fight club.
Is there an authorized one I could get involved with?
We'll Google that while we're gone. But this one, at least according to the allegations, not sanctioned by any state governing body. And we'll get into the story. It's nuts.
Right.
Next here in the break room on CMF. if the allegations are true here, you'd think there are no justifications for an adult encouraging this from kids. However, Tommy, there are a segment of grown-ass people who believe that two kids having a problem with each other should do this to make it better.
Just going to let it burn itself out?
Well, in a really quick way.
All right.
And some parents even instill this in their kids growing up. So, well, as we tell you these allegations, is there any excuse you could hear from this man where you think he made the right decision?
This day and age, I can't imagine.
That's a different answer. That's not a yes or a no.
Right.
When you put this day and age, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:30. What if I told you Rochester, New York is one of the best places to live in the world?
In the world.
That ain't me saying it either.
The whole goddamn planet.
Bro, I got something in front of me that is going to argue.
This is number one.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Top.
I said no, one of the.
One of these.
One of the best.
Okay.
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story starts with a mother.
What happened?
Her son, who goes to a charter school in the city of Rochester, got off the bus last week with a bloody lip.
Okay.
And that'll happen with boys.
Yeah.
Right? So she asked her son what happened. And he told his mom he got into a fight. Also, that'll happen with boys.
Yeah.
But that was just the beginning of the story. The fight, her son said, happened on the bus.
Yeah.
He claimed the bus driver encouraged the fight.
Oh, it was sanctioned.
Yeah. So
under the unified belt.
It's so hard to do these days, So, any parent would be skeptical of a kid saying that, right? But his sister, who also rides the bus with him, told her mother he's telling the truth.
So how did this go down, man?
Well, Mom called the school to figure it out. The kids on the bus say at one point on the ride home, the bus driver pulled the bus over, got out of his seat, and asked, okay, who wants to fight? Now, we don't have any details as to what happened with the kids leading up to that moment. But the bus driver, according to the kids, stood up and said, okay, who wants to fight? The boy who came home with the bloody lip says the driver encouraged another kid to fight him.
So just not get it over with?
We're going to fight.
Right.
So the two boys scrapped, but when it was over, the kids say the driver was not happy with the way that fight turned out. So he then asked, who else wants to fight this kid? And that's what the story says.
That kid?
Yes. It led to a second round with this boy fighting a different kid on the bus. Now, these are all allegations.
Yeah.
The school, who Mom called.
All right, with no rematch.
Well, I mean, you got to give it a couple months to build the hype, right? The school called the bus company. And luckily, the bus had a camera on it.
Oh.
According to the bus company, the mic was not working on the camera, so they could not hear what the driver was saying. However,
well, you could kind of tell.
See him standing there if it's true.
Bingo. The company says the bus was pulled over while two kids were fighting, and the driver was standing in the aisle, watching it happen, not trying to break it up. The company also says the driver did not alert anyone in the dispatch about a bus fight, which is standard protocol.
Yeah.
Nor did he mention anything about it when he returned the bus to the garage that night. All of this according to 10 NBC. The driver has been fired.
Yeah.
He started working there at the beginning of this school year, according to Channel 10. Mom, in the meantime, is pressing charges against the bus driver.
I could see that.
And the bus company says they will be cooperating in any way with the investigation.
Damn.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Elementary Fight Club! By the way, more punches landed in these fights than the Tyson-Paul fight a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Well, these were legit.
Tommy?
Yes.
Should this bus driver, if the allegations are true, be fired?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got to be so goddamn stupid. If it's true, you got cameras on this bus and all these little eyes, and you think this is going to fly? Like,
you think nobody's going to say anything?
Like, yeah, it just amazes me in this day and age. Even my ignorant ass knows everybody's watching you.
Okay.
Like, how do you not know this?
Okay.
Yeah, those kids don't know the first rule of Fight Club.
What's the first rule of Fight Club?
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Well, you already did it. Now you're out. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Should this man be fired?
I mean, I don't know how you could justify him staying around. I mean, you didn't do anything right in the situation,
right.
Allegedly.
This is like old school. Like, I could see, like, my bus drivers doing this.
I thought the same thing. All right, use get up, use go.
Two of yous right
Fight
now. Knock it off, or knock your mouth open.
Why don't we forget the great laws of this country? All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You'd think that this bus driver being fired is a no-brainer. However, Tommy, there are folks who believe that kids getting into a fist fight in the right situation will benefit from it. And if you read the comments in the story on social media, those folks are there.
Okay, I have history to prove that never worked.
Okay, well, let's get to the idea, and then I'll go to your story. Because the idea is, if you're unfamiliar, you got a problem with someone, you let them duke it out. Eventually, those problems get settled, and they become best of friends.
They'll shake hands like gentlemen.
Exactly. It's in 1,000 movies from when we were a kid. You don't believe in that, Tommy?
No.
Why not?
Man, I used to see this all the time with kids that constantly got into fights. And I had a kid down the street. I still remember the kid's name, Randy Key. He was this little douchey Southern kid, and he was always getting into fights in the neighborhood. And his mother would encourage him to fight. She would stand out there in their front yard and go, beat him, Randy. And this kid got his ass kicked every single time.
Poor kid.
And his mother encouraged it, make a man at him. No, he's just a punching bag, and the kid never learned his lesson. That kid got constantly pummeled by people.
Okay.
It just didn't work. And there was kids in school that are always fighting. They just always fought. They were just little a-holes.
Well, look, there's another idea, too, with letting these kids fight. It's the hockey fight idea. If you don't let the children police themselves, it gets further out of hand. Lord of the Flies. And I didn't read the end of that book. I can only assume it turned out just fine.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess so.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this bus driver in the city of Rochester. According to a story on 10 NBC, elementary school boy got off the bus, bloody lip. Mother asked what happened. He said that the bus driver encouraged fights on the bus. Said that he had to fight 2 kids that the bus driver encouraged to happen. When the mother called the school, they went back and looked at the camera, and according to the bus company, although there is no mic, the recollection
didn't look good.
No, of the story with this boy and his sister kind of lines up.
All right.
252-WCMF, you said there is no way, Tommy.
I've never seen this shake hands, and now they're best friends.
And you said you can't believe that anyone would want this man not fired if the allegations are true. Let's talk to Victor. Hey, Vic, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Good morning. Good victory for the Bills this weekend, by the way. I don't think that bus driver should be fired, to be honest with you.
Oh, so 2
because
dick
here's
takes.
the thing.
Oh, here we go. Let me say the worst possible thing ever. Go ahead, Victor.
Right. Here's the thing. Is that now if he tries to break up the fight, he gets arrested for inappropriate touching.
That is okay. Hold on. Time out. Could you be more obnoxious over the top? All he had to do.
Can't even touch the kids anymore.
All he had to do, Victor, according to the bus company, was
report it.
Yeah, Mike in. Hey, there's a fight happening, which he did not do, according to the story.
Reporting it doesn't stop the fight. He may as well get up and watch the event happen, right? He can't get in there and physically stop the fight between the 2 children.
Okay, so fine. Let's do that. Hold on. Let's go down that road. Let's say the first fight happens, he gets up and watches it. So I'd like your justification then for the allegations that he encouraged a second fight.
Well, I don't see encouraging a second fight. That's kind of, it's
what about Victor? You guys are on the same team, Victor. Home team, buddy.
I'm just saying that he can't get in there and physically break up that fight.
But the encouraging part. What about that one, though?
My dad encouraged me to fight. Sometimes you just got to put it out there, man.
And Victor, you call up with consistently the worst takes I've ever heard in my life. So I don't know if using you as an example.
The opposite side. If I'm just agreeing with you guys, it's just a drone. You just can't. I just can't be doing that.
We got it under control here. But thank you for the call, Victor. Bro, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But even you, in your response, was interesting. Because you didn't say this man should be fired because of what he allegedly did. You prefaced it with this day and age.
Yes, because this probably would have flown 50 years ago.
But I'm going to tell you what I hear.
Do you think that if you're right, it would have flown 50 years ago because it would have just been a kid's story. But like if your parents could physically see it happening, if parents involved, like if they had actual footage of a bus driver encouraging you to fight somebody, do you think parents at the time maybe would have been a little bit more upset? Yeah.
I think my dad would have put a dime on the other kid.
No, but Kimmy, look, I get why your brain logically goes there.
I'm just thinking, like, if you could, because you're right, like, I understand, like, maybe your parents would not have believed you, and, take the word of an adult instead. But if they could physically see maybe what was going on, they may have had a different take.
I get where you're going there, but let's keep in mind, as Tommy just brought up, and those parents still exist. You see them on social media videos. There are parents that encourage their kids to fight.
Stand up to bully.
Exactly. Well, that's the idea
behind
it.
Until you see your kid getting their ass kicked, though, right?
And she's absolutely right, because I will say the one thing, like going to military school and seeing all this stuff, because we live with each other in these dorms, right? The encouraging guys my size to stand up to bullies was one of the worst things you could ever teach a kid because there was more loose teeth, ringing in ears, and skull fractures from kids my size going, well, you got to stand up to these guys. It doesn't work out.
Listen to Tommy. Just give up.
Take my advice.
Just walk away, man.
Become a hider.
Curl up in a ball.
Because I can remember, too, like, well, you know what? At least you'll earn the respect of those guys.
No,
you won't.
No,
They'll
you
remind you every time you got your ass kicked or the guy held you down and farted in your face, man, at the end of your pummeling.
Well, and I remember
it doesn't work.
And to your point, I do remember, like, 'cause, you know, I was always like the bystander for like these situations, and you could always tell the kid whose parent probably told them you got to stand up for themselves. And I remember as like I remember as like a 15, 16-year-old going, no, don't do this, man. This is not going to work out well for you. Like it was so embarrassing for that poor kid knowing he was going into it and wasn't going to win.
I know. And like you could always tell the kids that had never gotten punched in the face that were so gung-ho, and parents too that had never been punched in the face. Like go make a man out of here. Like, this hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts a lot.
Fun.
All right, but let me ask you this question, Tommy, because now we got Facebook messages coming in. They don't want to call, but they'll defend their point via word.
Yeah.
You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Ron, which is exactly the name I would have thought.
Oh, yeah.
Ron writes us, if you don't stand up for yourself, you get walked all over. And what this guy did was to show these kids what lessons can be learned from fisticuffs. We shouldn't involve ourselves in kids' issues. Let them figure it out. They're smarter than we think.
No, they're not.
But let's say that was the case. Let's put that aside. He didn't stand back and watch, according to the story.
He coordinated.
He encouraged the second fight.
Yeah.
He's the Don King of school buses, according to the story.
He's a promoter.
All right, but Tommy, it does get complicated when you get into a situation where your kid is in a fight. Let me ask you this, because you are, as far as you're concerned, the greatest parent that never had kids. Let's say I find out that my 14-year-old daughter, my oldest, gets into a fist fight with another girl. They go at it. I get the phone call home. As a parent, what should I do to punish her appropriately?
For getting into a fight at school?
My daughter, my 14-year-old daughter, got into a fist fight at school, which, by the way, completely, I could completely see that happening.
I don't think you need to punish her.
Oh.
I mean.
Oh.
I think it's a teachable moment.
I'm sorry, Victor's on hold. He wants to go have drinks with you.
But I wouldn't say that's a punishable offense if she got into a fight with somebody.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
You're saying you wouldn't punish?
Tommy, parent of the year, says do not punish your kid for getting into a fight at school. Would you agree?
I mean, it depends. I guess, like, because your kid's always going to make the argument, like, I didn't start it.
Which you should always trust your kid.
Oh, yeah.
With that.
So, but you're never going to really know, I guess, unless there was, like, an adult explaining the whole situation to you. So,
or a
like,
video. I mean, a lot of schools have cameras everywhere.
But if your kid's getting, if your kid has no choice but to fight, or you just want him to lay down and get punched, I don't know. I guess it's a tough call.
And it's hard using your daughter because she plays hockey, which she gets into fights.
But
so, like,
she's gotten into a fight.
But I'm saying it's a sport where that can happen.
Okay, but here's the difference. Ready?
It's one thing, I guess, if it becomes a pattern.
If you feed her on ice, justifiable.
Don't count.
If it's not on ice,
right.
I would absolutely punish my daughter for getting into a fist
fight.
But,
I mean, doesn't she have a right to her feelings and what she went through?
You have a right to your feelings. You don't have a right to punch someone else in the face.
But, but like, what if they punch you first? I mean, I guess it's one of those things where I can understand getting sucked into a situation like that as a kid. It's more so, did you learn from it? Are you going to do it again? And if it happens, I guess it's the second time, it's now a problem, right?
I mean, you can have a discussion with the kid while also punishing them. You can't not punish your kid for getting in a fight.
Here's the once okay, second time walk away.
Okay, that's a great lesson to kids. No, because if you don't punish them the first time because they weren't the one the next time, well, I didn't start the last time.
Hey, Jesus walked away.
That's the point.
He never kicked anybody. Did he ever kick anybody's ass?
Well, he flipped those tables over in the temple.
So, all right, so.
But he didn't punch anybody.
But he didn't do it a second time, right?
Well, towards the end.
I'm pretty sure when he was flipping those tables, people were getting hit with, like, pottery and stuff. Hey, Jesus, that got in my eye, man.
Let's take a break.
Go complain to my dad.
Why is he from Brooklyn? Brooklyn Jesus.
Well, he was street side.
Okay, let's take a break. What if I told you right now that you are living in one of the best cities in the world?
Okay. That'd be great. Show me where.
No, right here.
I mean, what
What do you mean what? No,
I mean, it's nice,
I-
but in the world.
No, it is one of the best cities to live in the world. And this is not me talking.
Because I'm trying to think of like some unbelievably beautiful cities just in our great country.
This great country of ours?
Like perfect weather, perfect people.
There's no such place.
Oh, there is. It's close.
No, shut up.
It's close.
No, you got 2 places with perfect weather, perfect people.
And Kimmy's been to one of them.
Oh, my God, that place sucks.
Are you kidding me?
There's a bunch of douchebags.
I don't even know which one you're talking about.
Oh, where you just went, where he was all like, oh, my God.
Been to so many places. I don't even know which one you're talking
No,
about.
I don't know which one Tommy
travels
likes.
with Kimmy.
Rochester, New York is one of the best cities to live in the world.
In the world.
And we're going to tell you why these experts say so.
Yeah.
Next, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You are not going to believe this.
What happened?
Rochester's been on a pretty good run of making nothing but like great lists.
Yeah, the good list.
But this one would be far and above the best.
Even gooder. Huh?
What if I told you we are one of only a few places on the globe? Let me try that again.
Yeah.
What if I told you there are only a few places on the globe that are a better place to live than Rochester, New York?
That's shocking.
And that ain't me saying it, bro. It's experts.
Oh.
Yeah.
The whole damn globe.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of experts, it's up to 7:45. Tommy made some predictions on Friday. Yeah, you did.
Well, I think everybody had this one wrong.
Nope, because you
Across
were
the
warned.
board.
You were warned.
Somebody, though, called it. You.
You're going to try to flip this? You, me,
yeah,
me, you.
Yeah, you willed this.
It
you
happens,
jinxed.
It
you
happens
jinxed.
every. Oh, is that what it is?
You the jinx.
Not everything you said during your discussion.
Right.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
I believed.
A Muley postgame, lots of excuse Monday coming up just after 7:45 on a postgame Monday here on CMF. Rochester, New York, is one of the best cities to live in the world.
The whole damn planet.
I got it right in front of me. According to Resonance Consultancy, a real estate and tourism firm, Rochester is the 96th best place to live on planet Earth.
Damn. That's pretty good.
Pretty good for the globe, right?
For the goddamn globe?
Top 100. Yeah. So they looked at metro areas of 1 million or more. So this includes the suburbs as well. And the reason we made the list, one, housing affordability.
All right, the plate.
Right? Nope, not the plate. By the way, housing affordability, it's still nuts to think that we're better off than some other places. Right?
Okay.
Two, universities with renowned research programs. They say we have a lot of talented people in important fields that live here. They mention the Strong Museum of Play. They mention our hosting of the PGA Championship and how well we handle major events. Whoever put this list together is a big fan of where we live.
Apparently.
All right.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Is Rochester, New York one of the best 100 places in the world to live?
No, I mean, it doesn't, only because I can think of all these like cool cities and stuff. I mean, just that they're around us, like Toronto and Montreal.
All made the list.
Yeah.
Like Vancouver looks beautiful.
Also made the list.
The one city I've never been to I want to go to is San Diego.
You never been to San Diego?
No. San Diego just looks
Which is
like,
weird with all those battleships. I think it would have been right there. Hello, boys. Nice hat.
We got Fleet Week over here, too. Plenty of boys to go visit over here.
You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but like those cities just look phenomenal. Like the weather's beautiful. The cities look nice.
All of them.
But think about,
grimy.
I don't know if this is a factor too, but major weather events that could affect you. I mean, you got to worry about earthquakes out that way.
Yeah.
I never heard of the San Diego quake. San Francisco gets a quake. L.A. gets a quake. San Diego gets nothing.
You know if she Googles it, there's going to be some horrific story that you're not thinking.
Bro, we would have known about it.
But I didn't know if like that was, I mean, here we don't have to worry about anything like that other than snow.
By the way, all of the cities you just named came in above Rochester in the 100.
Right.
We're talking about 100 places on the planet to live.
Do we know who we came in around?
So let's talk about that.
All right.
And before we get there, I mean, it is a hard thing to try and figure out, right? Because how many people have spent significant time outside of the U.S.?
Right.
I mean, how many people have spent significant time outside of the state of New York?
Oh, look at that. What's Dubai?
Yeah.
It's got those big buildings and everything. It looks brand new.
Woo-sabah, woo Dubai.
Dubai looks.
Is that the language they speak out there?
Yeah, I think it is.
Woo-sabah, woo Dubai.
Tommy is basing this all off of cool cities he sees on TV.
Yes.
Wow, look at that building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I built that on a desert.
Yes.
I have the top 10 cities in front of me.
All right.
All right. And the way it reads, you would expect London, New York City, Paris, Tokyo, Singapore, Rome, Madrid, Barcelona, Berlin, and then Sydney, Australia.
All right.
And I guess what we're trying to figure out here is we're quantifying, like, making a side-by-side of is Rochester one of the top 100 cities to live. What is it like to live in the Rochester of Spain or the Rochester of Germany? Because there is some place in those countries that would have a similar vibe, economic status to ours. Would Rochester, Spain or Rochester, Germany be even better? Would it be even different? I mean, other than the language and the food and no Sunday football, right?
Yeah.
So you asked how to compare.
Yeah, like who we close to.
So we're at 96. Right behind us at 97 is Hong Kong.
Man, that's a major-ass city.
Would you rather live in Hong Kong or Rochester?
You get all that good Asian food, bro.
We also have great Asian food here.
Yeah, but it's like straight up.
We just talked about...
It's like fresh.
We're getting a second conveyor belt sushi joint we talked about last week. Do you think Hong Kong has more than 2 sushi conveyor belts?
I have no idea.
But see...
But that's like a big-ass city.
I understand, but I asked the question stands, would you rather live in Hong Kong over Rochester?
No, stay here.
I mean,
I don't know.
Well, I gotta think, especially with your lifestyle, you like things to be convenient. You
Yeah.
like to drive right down the street to your Wegmans. You don't like to deal with traffic or things taking a long time. I'm guessing any like bigger city, like Hong Kong, like you're gonna have to have a little more patience
cool.
when you get around.
Why'd you say it like that?
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Like,
Alright, so
I
who
think
else is
here we really pride ourselves on the convenience of just
Everything.
getting from point A to point B quickly.
So you'd rather live in Rochester over Hong Kong?
I don't think I have the patience to live in a big city.
Okay, so to be
Sounds
fair,
crowded.
as we talk about Rochester, New York, making the list of the 100 best cities to live on the globe by this real estate and tourism firm. Hong Kong is a tough comparison because
Yeah.
it's like a major freaking city. 97 is a much better comparison.
All right.
Nantes, France. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Nantes.
Anything
Well, you
about
went to
that?
French school.
I went to school and took French for 6 years, and I can't
Let's go
speak.
what? Nantes?
Nantes. Nantes.
heard.
Nantes.
But that's right by us.
Yeah, so, well, it's a comparison, a good comparison. It's the sixth largest city in France. It's on the water. It was a shipbuilding community until the 1970s. They then fell in hard times. In the 2000s, it became a big cultural area. It sounds a hell of a lot like Rochester.
Little blue collary.
And it's got about the same population. They are known for their great healthcare system. Also sounds familiar.
All right.
Would you want to live, Tommy, in the Rochester of France?
No, because aren't they like rude?
Not like you.
Yeah, like
people
we're nice.
could
No,
make
but I
the
thought, like,
argument for.
We just had a guy call up and argue a bus driver should have organized fistfights for
I mean,
kids
we're
on a
not the
bus.
friendliest city in the world.
Food would be good if you like French food.
Yeah.
Ooh, you could drink your ass off.
But you'd lose your American food.
You get out on the water.
They,
you
they
like
got
being on the
American.
water.
They got everything over.
What do you
there.
think a chicken wing tastes like in France? You ever see a French chicken?
You know, they,
Bagon.
you know they don't have chicken wings over there because they don't eat with their hands.
Shut up.
No, they will use utensils.
Shut up.
French people will
Shut
not
up.
touch their food without
Shut up.
utensils.
Shut up.
They don't eat sandwiches.
No kidding.
No, they cut the sandwich and they eat it.
Do
No
they really?
sandwiches
Yeah.
in France.
So it's amazing they don't eat sandwiches, then they cut the sandwich and they eat it, which means they do eat sandwiches.
But they don't touch it.
Shut up.
Oh, they got pretty women.
Okay. And by the way,
Wine, pretty women, and cheese.
you've never been to this town. You don't know if they have pretty women in Nantes, France.
I thought the French people are beautiful.
Oh my God, Americans are beautiful too.
Oh,
There are
you know
some
what?
places you go and it's
you know
like,
what?
ugh.
They're skinny. No fatties.
No, this is the fattest city in France.
Oh, it is.
No, you idiot. Why do you believe everything that comes
But
out
you
of my
get
mouth?
your American food. You get your McDonald's and stuff. They got KFC and they got.
Probably not the same.
I'm saying, if I want to go out for like an ass-kicking cheeseburger from like a
You
corner
don't think
bar.
the French people? They probably invented the goddamn thing.
Nah, I'm telling you, man. Even when I went to, I mean, I didn't think there'd be a big culture shock in London. The food was great, but it wasn't like our food. I did miss like American food.
All right, so you're out on the French.
Well, no, I mean, I think it would be an interesting idea.
I'd love to try it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You are given an offer. You can move to any city outside of the U.S. or Canada right now, and it will cost you nothing. You will have the same size house in the same type of neighborhood you live in
Okay.
now. You will have a similar job that pays the same. You will have the same spending plan.
Yeah.
Is there a city on foreign soil,
Oh, foreign soul.
you would choose over Rochester, New York right now?
Well, it had to be a good climate. A good climate town.
Okay.
Like-
Would you choose that city?
I'm trying to think of what city that would be.
Well, I don't know. Whatever that city is, it's the Rochester of whatever country you want to move to. Would you choose that city right now?
I might, yeah.
Why?
For the weather. And nice.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah, like someplace in the Bahamas.
Okay.
Like if there's a community in the Bahamas about the same size as like Pittsburgh
Okay.
that I
So,
could move to. and then,
Rochester,
like,
St. Martin.
yeah, like all those islands are gorgeous. You get the beach, you get the good weather.
Kimmy,
You're very isolated, though.
Isolated, you get in a boat, and you go wherever you want.
that is the definition of
I know.
isolated. You got to
No.
get in a boat.
They also got airports.
You know, when you do this with your hand,
They got an airport. You got a boat over
Bro,
there.
you- what-
Carnival cruise stops by.
can you imagine what you would have to
sell them
spend?
suckers
Yeah.
some beads?
Kimmy, is there a city on foreign soil you would choose over Rochester, New York?
I mean, I guess I don't. I've never traveled overseas, so I don't know. But I think I'd be willing to try if there was a city similar.
Okay.
I'd just to say you experienced something new.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Ooh, Switzerland.
You want to go to Switzerland.
Yeah.
Why?
You can hide all your money over there. if I
What
had it.
money do you have?
If I had it, I'd hide it there.
You don't. That's how dumb you are. You're making plans to squirrel away money that you do. You don't even own a house.
Good-looking people. Chocolate out there. Ooh.
What, Kimmy? Get the dog.
I didn't say it.
I know you didn't.
I said the A.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, whatever. You said ah.
Ah.
Ooh,
Nice
ah, ooh,
watches.
ooh, ah. Bro, you can't afford the watches either. You can't afford the chocolate. The chocolate is above your pay grade.
But they all good-looking people.
Okay.
Like, you never see an ugly Switzerland person.
When's the Want to try that again?
I've never seen an ugly Switzerland person.
Switzerland person.
Yeah. What would you call them?
Swiss?
Swiss
An
what?
ugly Swiss? Swiss. An ugly, an ugly Swiss.
An ugly Swiss?
Sweet. No, it's Sweden.
No. Yeah, we're going to fit right in.
And that's the problem here, right?
Right.
If you decide, you get the equivalent of Rochester in a foreign country,
Yeah.
it's harder than you think to make that acclimation because you would have to learn a new language. You'd have to get used to new customs. You would be looked at as an outsider, and you have to factor that in. I mean, you know how well we're treating outsiders right now.
Yeah.
Like, think about this, man. You're walking into a new community. You don't speak the language. Folks aren't going to trust you.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we all could go back to our home countries. Like, you could go to Ireland.
But I don't know if I'd want to live in the Rochester of Ireland. I mean, I'd like to visit. I don't know if I want to live there.
Like, Italy would be nice.
But here's the thing. I think you're looking at it from a vacation angle.
Yeah.
This is not a vacation. You'd be putting roots down in a place thousands of miles from anyone you know, and anything you ever knew.
But nobody knows you. It's a clean slate. You could be anything you want. Like, you could improve yourself.
Okay. You're right. I don't know if that would apply to you.
What do you mean?
You had the ability to make a clean slate when you moved here from Florida, and you somehow made it worse.
Bro, you don't want to know what I was like in Florida. This is the cleaned up me.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, you can't go to McDonald's and France and get a quarter pounder with cheese.
Right, what do they call it?
They call it the Royale with cheese.
Why is that?
Because they have the metric system. Everybody knows that.
Are we going to do all of Pulp Fiction, or just you stick that line? What do you want to do?
It was funnier in my head. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Well, Mikey, while we got you, would you trade everything you have now to go live in the Rochester in a foreign country? And which country would it be?
No, I like Rochester. I like the United States of America and the freedoms we have, and everything that's here.
All right, Mike's a patriot. Tommy, Pinko over here, he's looking to run off to any communist country they don't have. Mikey, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. McCarthy's on the phone. He wants to talk to you.
Kimmy does not know who that is.
Come on.
Yes, I do.
Who is it?
Communist.
Oh, no.
No, he's the head coach of the Cowboys.
Just call McCarthy a communist? No, he's on the phone. He wants to talk to you. 252 WCMF. Come on. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm not
Hey,
good.
people that live in Switzerland are called Swiss, just so you know.
No, I understand they are the Swiss. I don't know how you refer to them. They are the
Swiss.
No, thanks, Ben.
They're Swiss.
We the
But
Swiss.
anyways, so the two countries that I would consider moving to, because you said your heritage, I would consider moving to the Rochester of Norway, and then the other place would be the Rochester of Japan, just because of the car culture.
Okay, but Ben, now look, with all due respect, you know I love you a lot, right? We have a hard
Do
time.
you?
We have a hard time understanding you, and we speak your language.
Yeah.
How you think you could learn Japanese?
Yeah, if I put my mind to it, yeah, I could.
No, you couldn't, man.
No, I mean,
Like,
bro,
as soon as you went to
Honestly,
Japan.
you two are the only people who don't understand me of anybody in Rochester.
all right, now I feel like there's a lot of things happening here that don't involve us, and that's okay. I don't know what's going on in your life right now, Ben. But like, you would have to learn an entirely new language as a grown-ass person.
I mean, I guess you'd make that argument for every place we're talking about.
and that's why I'm arguing.
And he's going for the cars. Because we don't have
Yeah?
any cars here.
Yeah, our daily driver cars here suck. They're boring. The cars in Japan are awesome.
Oh, they got those fancy ones over there called Nissan and Toyota.
Well, Nissan for now, they're only going to be around for another
Yeah.
10 months.
Yeah, they don't even like their cars.
Yeah, they have cars over there that we don't even get that are 1,000 times better than our cars.
1,000
The
times
cars we get from Nissan and Toyota over here are boring. Like the Nissan Skyline, it took us like 40 years
You can
to
fit
get
right in over there.
Skyline
Hey,
here.
why don't you go
That's
now?
why our car culture sucks.
All right, Ben's going to Tokyo.
Guy that
Nowhere.
can't afford a car is going to expensive car country.
You know what I?
What am I driving to go to work right now, Tommy?
Something busted.
Yeah, I don't care. It's a car.
I bet I'm going to let you go. Good luck with your trip to
Have
Tokyo.
a good one, guys.
Bye.
I think you also have to take into consideration another thing. If you're a big person, you're probably not going to like living in most places.
Great point.
It suck for you.
That's a great point.
Like you're not going to. I mean,
tight.
yeah. I mean, just everything's just slightly.
Small.
You're going to have smaller space everywhere you go.
And they chintz on the food.
Yeah, the portions get rough.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't mean to make this a battle between other cities. I just found it interesting. And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
There's people making arguments now on Facebook that being 96 on the globe isn't even impressive for Rochester.
That's pretty good.
I would have thought so.
The whole goddamn world? How many cities are there? Like 1,000?
Well, you also have to start picking out the countries you just would not want to live in, and there's a lot of them.
Well, there's some rough.
Yeah, right.
But even them, some of them got on the water.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Probably cheap.
Let me ask you a question. Right now,
Yeah.
right now, you could live in the nicest city in Russia or Rochester. What do you choose?
Oh, I'd stay here.
Okay, good call. No, because like you think of like some of the like very scary places right now.
Mhm.
Like if they were like, here, you have this really nice house, and we'll give you a bunch of money, but you
wouldn't go.
You gotta live in this country.
But there are some sneaky, beautiful countries that you wouldn't think.
For example,
Vietnam.
okay,
Like I saw some pictures of Vietnam. I thought I was looking at Miami. Like their beaches and stuff they're freaking gorgeous.
no, I
And by the way, cheap.
no, I'm naive to the ways of Vietnam.
I mean, they're communists, but they're like the nice commies.
McCarthy's back on the phone again. He wants to.
but they're like the ones the one of the good ones.
No, but bro, you keep saying you see pictures of all these places. You understand that's like the Chamber of Commerce
Yes.
of tourism selling it to you. It's not what you think it is.
Yeah, listen. I know there's probably rough, poor areas, but I wouldn't go there.
In Vietnam, you think so?
I'd stay I stay at the resort.
Okay, 252 WCMF.
Walk around in a bathrobe all day and drink.
We'll take one more call. Rochester, New York, named the 96th best place on the planet to live by this tourism and real estate company. We're asking if you could have the equivalent of Rochester in a foreign country, would you move right now? Frank's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Frankie, what's up?
Not much. I would move to Esther Island or Easter Island, whichever one you want to call it.
Why
Is that the one with the heads?
Yes, Tommy, it is. It's your relatives.
I don't know the guy's name.
They love people that can speak English and everything to go over there and actually teach people English. And they, I looked it up a few years ago. It's a really nice, warm atmosphere, and it's a wonderful place.
So what are you waiting on?
The fact is that unless you're like a cop or something like that for over here in the United States, they won't let you become a oh my God, I can't think of the word.
Citizen.
They won't let you. Thank you. They won't let you.
And you're
going to
teach English over there.
What's
that word?
Food poisoning.
I don't know. Go ask one of them heads.
Frankie, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of
I'm
the day.
gonna go teach. What do you call that word? Teach.
You know what is funny? What you have to do to get citizenship in some of these countries?
You got to bend over, right?
Well, it all depends. Like, for example, like Ireland, just out of curiosity, I looked up one day. I think they have a great-grandfather rule or a grandfather rule.
So if your grandfather would live there?
Yeah, it was grandfather, I'm sorry. But in Jamaica, where my wife is from, where my wife's father's from, my kids could get Jamaican citizenship right now if they want.
Oh. I'm always afraid, like, some of these countries I go to, like, they'll let you in, but they're so corrupt. Like, you've got to, like, grease a lot of palms to get in there.
Well, aren't you? Is that what you were doing during Fleet Week anyway? Not a palm greasing for time you lay. Never before have we seen so much grease on one man's palm. Navy grease. Let's take a break. Tommy made some predictions on Friday. Man, oh man.
Man, I got hosed.
No, there was a hosing, all right.
But everybody got hosed.
Everybody got hosed. We'll get into it. A Muley Post-Game Excuse Monday next here on CMF.
Back to pass, looking to the right side for Hollins. He's got it for the touchdown. What a beautiful throw by Josh Allen for a 21-yard touchdown hookup with the barefoot wonder, Mac Hollins. And we have got a ball game, folks.
How sweet it is.
We've
got a ball game, folks.
That's the play that made the comeback real. Comeback doesn't come to fruition. Your Buffalo Bills lose a West Coast shootout, 42-44. Despite that, Josh Allen sets an NFL record, or he's the first one ever in the modern day to have 3 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns in the same game, 424 yards of total offense from one man. He outgained the majority of NFL offenses yesterday by himself. That being said, you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. For his brilliance, there are men who embarrass themselves. Some are arguing that was the defense yesterday.
Yes.
But there is no arguing.
They show up.
There is no arguing that maybe if this man had not showed up on Friday, he would be doing better than he is today. What?
Come on.
Kimmy, your mic is off?
We're good. She's going to roast me.
Yeah, and you deserve it, and let's do it right now. It's roasted time, bitch!
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Excuse post-game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first pick from Tommy on Friday here on CMF. Over under 1/2 a touchdown catch for Bills wide receiver Keon Cole.
Oh, Florida man is going to be representing.
Okay.
Florida man,
Florida Flash going to be representing.
You know you can take unders. You have a choice here.
I know. It's all about choices, Pat.
No, you can decide that Keon Coleman coming back from a long injury with all the other
we got to
offensive
get this kid
weapons,
back in the rotation, man.
Yes,
we got a big playoff drive. We got a Super Bowl to win.
But you could be doing it slowly. I mean, who knows if he even sees the same.
You ain't got time to play it slowly.
You actually do because you won the division last week with 5 weeks to go.
Well, this is a good time to get the kid back going, man.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I'm making hand gestures.
You are. He's doing hands if you're watching the live stream. A lot of hands happening.
So I will take. Yeah, the kid's going to get a touchdown.
All right, so to be clear, you are over 1/2 a touchdown catch for Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman.
You might see it right out of the gate, man.
Okay. So Keon didn't play again.
Why?
I don't.
Not
the injury.
sure.
The
He was a
wrist
game
injury.
So I
time
should
decision.
get anything. They don't play.
Okay, hold on. We're talking.
It's a scratch.
The adults are talking.
We're talking it out here.
No, it's a wash is what you're looking for.
Well, I was thinking of racetrack.
Okay. Kimmy, are we concerned about this injury?
It was strange.
It's his wrist, right?
And I guess like maybe the Bills thought with this would be the game, maybe to.
But
not that they were confident they were going to win, but maybe if they weren't sure, let's hold them out another week.
Well, offensively, but here's the thing: he was a late scratch.
Yeah.
That's how you use that.
Yeah.
Last week, they thought he was going to play against the 49ers.
No, it's a little strange.
Okay, so it is a wash. We can't punish you for him not playing.
You get nothing.
Right, so you got nothing. You like it, but it's okay. We got plenty of other picks to talk about, like this next one here on CMF. Over under 1/2 a sack for Von Miller on Sunday.
Well, this defense has been on fire. They got to be. They have to be one of the top defenses in the league.
I mean, yeah, but they're a bend but don't break defense,
Yeah,
so
they
it doesn't
give up
really
a lot of yards.
show up on stats.
Gets a homecoming from Mr. Hollywood.
He's not from L.A. He played there for like 6 games.
But he's Hollywood.
But he's not though.
That's where he got his name. When he won that Super Bowl in L.A.
He won a Super Bowl with the Browns or with the Broncos.
Yeah,
Broncos.
Denver,
I would argue that's his
second Hollywood of the West.
Why
Coast.
do you think the Rams gave up so much to get him? Because he was already a name
But he
brand.
became a star when he went to L.A. That's how he got on Dancing with the Stars. That's how he got that chunky soup commercial.
Wait a minute, wasn't he on Dancing with the Stars before he made the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
I think he was on Dancing with
No,
the
it was
Stars
the
as a
same
member
time.
of the Broncos.
It was the same time.
Kimmy's on it.
Competed on Dancing with the Stars in 2016. He joined the LA Rams in 2021.
All I'm telling you is he's getting a sack.
Okay, so to be clear, you are over.
Von's coming home.
Von Miller's day yesterday.
Yeah.
3 total tackles. And we're done.
So there were no sacks in the game, right?
No,
don't
not
believe
only,
so.
no, Josh was not sacked. Neither was Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Not a single sack in that whole game. By the way, not only did the Bills not get a sack, they didn't get near Matthew Stafford yesterday. You could not, they can't tell you what cologne he was wearing.
Oh.
That's how far away from Matthew Stafford that Bills D-line was yesterday. That was the most surprising part of that game for me, Kimmy. They did not pressure him at all.
No, I was that just because they couldn't, or was that the game plan?
I don't know. Well, hey, if that was the game plan, maybe, I don't know. That halftime adjustment they're usually so good at. Yeah, no, I mean, okay. So you're 0 for 1, but you still got 3 picks left. That's
thanks,
okay.
Vaughn.
No, what? Well, yeah, not
Mr.
you.
Hollywood didn't show up.
Not from Hollywood. Spent like 4 hours in Hollywood. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy Muley on CMF. Over under 80 yards rushing for Bills running back James Cook.
I'm going to take the over on that.
No, shock face.
And I'll say this, then, wise guy. I bet you he does it all.
You did the
before the fourth quarter. I bet you he's got 80.
Nope, don't say a word.
He's got 80. I'll hang it out there, baby. I'll say he's got 80 yards under his belt. He'll be over by the end of the third quarter.
Okay.
So if he gets over, but it's not.
I've had it. Okay.
If he gets his 80 yards in the fourth quarter, your pick doesn't count. You realize that?
I'll take it. I'll take it, wise guy.
I just wanted to confirm that you were doubling down on your prediction.
He gets so drunk on what he perceives.
You tell all your buddies down at the dispensary this afternoon what I said.
So on Monday morning, when you ask me, hey, where's my ding? Where's my ding? And I'm like, well, you called your shot.
Hey, I said it.
Okay.
I'll stand behind my picks.
I'll stand behind my picks. 6 rushes for James Cook yesterday. A long of 8 for 20 yards.
How does this kid run in the snow?
I don't
Get
know.
him inside.
The run was not working for him yesterday.
He couldn't go with nothing.
The run game, period, outside of Josh Allen, did not exist.
It went nowhere.
The Rams shut it down. And for all of the stuff that folks want to break down, the defensive.
I thought you could run on the Rams.
You can. They didn't. I don't know what happened. And like, if we break down all the stuff that went wrong yesterday, the defensive failures, number one.
Collapse.
The timeout on the quarterback sneak outside of the 60 seconds of block punt. Not being able to control the pace of the game running the ball may have been the difference in that game because the Rams got to dictate who got the ball when. And that's how the Bills have been winning games this year.
Ball control.
We got beat with our own game plan.
Fundamentals.
Did that occur to either of you watching that game yesterday?
Oh, it felt like the defense was on the field the entire game.
But like the frustration we felt in that loss is usually the frustration opposing fans have when they play us. 7-8 minute drives, converting every third down, someone comes open last minute. That's what playing against the Bills is like every single week.
Yeah.
And you're wrong again. You're wrong. You got 2 picks left to get right, buddy. Let's see how this one goes.
You're going to break this thing. The dang thing.
What the hell?
You're going to break it?
Buzzer.
You keep making bad picks. Go ahead, Kimmy. Let's do it again. Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 5 points or more?
Okay, so you asked me if the Bills win.
Yes.
Obviously, for my picks, I'm picking big things. So I'm saying yes. That I think this game's going to be well in hand by the end of the third quarter. I'm going to say they cover.
Okay. You done?
What do you mean?
Can we just do the stupid thing you do every week where you do it?
What do I do?
Stupid mouth.
What do I do? I think beyond the points.
Yeah,
of the
outside of the 5.
is there
anything else you would like to add?
It's going to be a West Coast Von Miller blowout. A Vonnie blowout.
So, fun fact.
Yeah, it's a fun fact.
The Bills did cover the 3.5 kickoff line, but they didn't win.
Yep.
So he did. That's a miss. So, I mean, if you took the Bills at 3.5, at least you didn't lose money.
All right.
Got that going for you. All right, so you are 0 for 3. You are golden sombrero territory, which means your bonus pick is the only thing that can save you.
Oh, you can pull it out.
Standing in your way.
Holding on by his fingernails, ladies and gentlemen, Tommy's final pick of the day. After 9
That's
o'clock.
so fast. But
I'm going to stab you in your neck, I swear to God.
I say, it's on to Chicago, and let's win that.
We're not even playing in Chicago.
That didn't work out well for him. My prediction is that this game is over in the third quarter.
Well,
it's done.
What does that mean?
They're done. Like they'll have this game wrapped up.
No, because you're gonna give me points because you're gonna argue. Oh, they were up by 3. There was no way they were gonna come back.
I don't think Josh plays in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
I think Mitchie Boy comes out. Mitch the side bitch Mitch comes out.
Why did you hurt me?
Josh has got a Superman cape on, running up and down the sidelines. It's a party going on, man, in L.A.
Josh will play until the fourth quarter, no matter what.
Josh
the score.
is out.
Okay,
out in the fourth quarter.
And by the way,
he may.
Hold on.
Oh, you know what? Him and his old lady may be down on the beach, man, making out
while the game is going on.
Right.
Okay, I'm knocking on wood here, everybody. I'm knocking on wood. This only counts for blowout.
What's that?
This do not say I'm going to walk around this. No, because I know what he's going to try and do because he may have just spoke this into existence. This only counts if the Bills are up, right?
You're going to be so mad at you.
Okay, great. Shut up. Don't say another word.
Oh, I'm not
Shut up.
anything.
I said stop.
Josh is going to get hurt.
Oh, you mother. All right, quick thing real quick. I screwed up. They did not cover the 3.5. It was the opposite way. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. So you lost money if you bet the Bills. But more importantly, Josh Allen will not play in the fourth quarter. Not only did he play, He scored 3 touchdowns, you idiot. And you were right about one thing. He put his Superman cape on.
Yeah, yes, he did.
While continuing to play in the fourth quarter.
So I kind of had it right.
No, not even close.
I said he was going to do a hell of a job.
Celebrating the win.
Hell of a job.
You had to make it out with his old lady on a beach while he was frantically trying to claw the Bills back into that game. Ladies and gentlemen, he did it again. An offer. The golden sombrero, Tommy Muley.
You're welcome.
No, welcome what? Just don't
you enjoy it, both of you.
No, I enjoy it because you're such an arrogant prick about it. That's what I enjoy.
Oh, yeah, because nobody else is an arrogant prick in this room.
What did I do?
We have an arrogant prick and an arrogant prickcess.
Prickcess?
Is prickcess?
Oh, she said prickcess. Little Miss Prickcess.
I can't wait to see where you're coming down against the Lions because you got burned. And the smart thing to do would be
I do like that coach.
What coach?
Coach Campbell.
Dan Campbell.
Oh, look at you. You know his name.
Coachy Soups.
Coachy Soups. Soupy Coach.
I'm not doing it, Kimmy. I'm not doing it.
No, I like that guy.
So, could we have the first Bills loss prediction from Tommy?
I said I think Detroit's the best team in football.
Yeah, you have said that.
You don't think so?
You have
No, I don't.
a crush on this team.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a big, strong man, Kimmy. Big, strong man who tells him what to do.
And I like that kid, St. Brown.
I'm around St. Brown, who you watched in a Netflix documentary last
His
year.
father's very funny.
His father's insane.
Yeah, but he's funny.
Okay.
He's entertaining.
We have a week to get ready for those picks. That'll be back here on Friday, getting ready for the Lions game. But before we get there, we still have to close the book on this game from yesterday. We will do that with our good buddy from 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, new daddy, Dan Fates, just after 9 o'clock. This morning I had asked your panic level. You said a 5 this morning. Kimmy, you were at a 3.
Yeah.
Dan is in the room. Dan talks to the players.
Okay.
Dan has access to this team like no one else.
Right.
I'm dying to know where he's panicking, where his panic level is at. We'll get to that just after 9 o'clock on a postgame Monday here in the break room on CMF. When you are under the influence of something, you're going to want to eat.
Oh, yeah.
Right? There comes that munchy period, whether you're drinking or smoking or whatever. And there used to be a standard list of drunk foods you would go get.
Yeah.
This was not on that list.
It's a new one, huh?
But based on this story and one we had a couple weeks ago, is it shooting up the charts?
Oh.
And it may not be good for them because it's another police report story. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You know, they say once can be a mistake.
Yeah.
Twice is a coincidence. 3 times is a trend.
You a damn fool.
We are not at trend yet, but we could be trending that way. Because this place isn't the first place that comes to mind when you think drunk food.
Yeah.
Unless something, Tommy, has changed that we don't know.
So it's like a new food?
No, this food's been around forever.
Oh.
Just not one you think of when you're messed up.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. On Wednesday night, the Rochester Police Department was called to the Wendy's on East Ave for an unresponsive man in a vehicle.
Wait, okay.
Very scary.
Yeah.
When they got there, police say they found that man in a car in the drive-thru.
In the drive-thru.
And he fell asleep in the drive-thru.
Oh.
He fell asleep
All
in the drive-thru. As you may have guessed, they determined the man was drunk.
Yeah.
According to police.
Okay.
And to make it worse, authorities say the 30-year-old man had a woman and young child in the car with him. He's been charged with a bunch of stuff. He's got a court date coming up. So this isn't the first time we've seen a story like this, because about a month ago, we told you of another couple who were accused of going through a Wendy's drive-thru while drunk. And that couple, who also had kids in the car, allegedly got out of the car and started attacking staff after issues with their order.
Yeah.
So I guess good for this couple today, not assaulting it.
Yeah, nice of them.
Is Wendy's a new drunk food?
Oh.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because you got 2 stories like this in a month. Wendy's was never standard drunk food, right?
But are they open later than other drive-thrus, maybe? Is that
good question.
Because I think they're open till midnight, I believe.
Wasn't the first story we had like in the middle of the day?
It could be. I don't know. But I'm just thinking you're going to go where the whatever's open when you want it, right?
Okay.
I always think Wendy's is more high-end fast food.
Thank you.
So I wouldn't spend the money.
Thank you.
I mean, I'd love to, but I ain't got that kind of coin.
It's the Ritz-Carlton of
it is.
burger joints.
It's your top fast food.
Okay, so like when it comes to the standard messed up food, whether you're high, whether you're drunk, like when it comes to fast food, that was always Taco Bell.
Taco Bell would be number one. McDonald's, because they're all over the place.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, all right, here's the thing. I get McDonald's because they're all over the place. You're right about that. But it kind of feels like the more unique the options at a restaurant, the more likely it's a drunk food trip. Because Taco Bell gives you a whole bunch of non-standard stuff.
Yeah.
Burger King is known for like their out-of-the-way like snacks or a non-standard sandwich. Like it feels like, Tommy, you're more likely to crave and try something new or weird when you're messed up.
Yeah.
Which is why Wendy's never even came into mind, because it is a standard burger, fries, chili, baked potato.
Yeah. So my problem when I'm drunk, I don't want to make decisions. So I just want to get, like, when I pull into these places, I already know what I want.
Really?
Yeah. Like, even like when I would go, like, late night when Wegmans was 24 hours after we do the club.
Okay.
I knew I would march in the first thing I saw. That'll work.
Okay, so that's weird. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is your messed up food? Because I'm the opposite, man. If I walk into a place where I'm messed up, I'm going to stand there for 5 minutes because I want the perfect combination of everything, because I know this meal matters to me right now. It's a mattersome meal.
And if you're not sure, if you're in between two things, you're getting both
things. Both things.
Yeah.
I'm getting both things, and then a third thing on the side.
I mean, I've eaten some pretty hideous stuff when I'm drunk.
Yeah, no, I've seen your ex-girlfriends.
Oh, your mom? We never really made it official.
Okay. How about I officially kick the crap out of you?
Because I remember going into Wegmans when they used to have those calzones there.
Those,
yeah.
But you're supposed to heat them up.
You eat them cold?
You can eat them cold.
Cold zone?
Not the worst.
I ate them cold on my way home in Webster, and not good. I got sauce all over my pants.
Saucy pants.
Wait, you were dipping the cold calzone while driving?
It was squirting all over
Oh,
the place.
my God.
Bro, it was bad.
Drunken cold calzone is the most depressing?
Yes.
That should be the name of your autobiography. Kimmy, what is your standard go-to messed up food?
In this town, any of the Hots places.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
going for a
like
plate.
that was where we
plate.
were stopping on the way home 90%
But that takes
of the
a lot
time.
of time. Like going to a
Yeah,
place,
but once
I
you
don't
have
time.
that in your brain, you don't care.
I got to get out of the car.
Yeah.
I got to place
Yeah.
it. That drive-through is key, or just walk into a
But there
like
were,
Wegmans, grabbing something off the shelf and leaving.
but other than like Taco Bell, I don't remember anything else really being open late that was convenient to get to.
Okay, so you're worried about convenience. Well, no, because if you want convenience, like a Hots place, Tommy's right. You got to stand in line when you get in there.
No, but I'm saying like just distance-wise for like
Okay.
me on the west side. There were only a few places.
So let's talk about Tommy's choice here.
Yeah.
Right, the grocery store.
Yeah.
Because the grocery stores here in town, Wegmans and Tops, have a fantastic selection of late-night prepared foods, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that
Yeah.
is you have to walk into a grocery store all messed up.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To get what you're looking for.
Go through the line.
And you brought up the inconvenience of like a Tahoe's or a Stevie T's or whatever Hot's place.
Yeah.
But
You're surrounded by like-minded people.
bingo, you nailed it. Like, yes, I'm in line with 10
At least
people.
I'm not the drunkest one here.
And like there are plenty of people that work at pizza places that sell it by the slice, listening or have in the past. Like you know how to handle the drunk crowd. Wegmans and Tops is not a place that handles a drunk crowd on a regular basis.
But they do. But when they were 24 hours, they used to get, the losers coming in.
Rarely. Like the transients came in rarely because I feel like you don't want to be judged high or drunk walking through a grocery store.
Yeah, I did.
Well, I remember
Well, you
doing
have no
that.
shame.
No.
I remember doing that once, like I had to be like maybe 21 at the time, and going into Wegmans late night, and there were like multiple kids that I went to high school with working. And I'm like, not only is this awkward, not only do I have to pretend I'm sober right now, but I'm going to have an awkward conversation with somebody that I haven't seen in 4 years.
And you know what's funny about that? Even though it is like, 11, 12, midnight, whatever, 12 or midnight.
Yeah.
And you have a complete justification for being drunk. You do feel like when you see someone in the grocery store while you're drunk, you have to like sober up.
Yeah.
When it
I
would be
never
totally,
did.
but okay.
Well, and it's
again,
really quiet
the
in there,
adults in the room
too.
are talking. Mr. Degenerate, saucy pants, 45 years old, drunk in cold calzone.
I mean, the stuff I bought drunk, like back in the day, especially like when I was doing comedy. So I remember I'm down in Lauderdale, and Lauderdale was kind of seedy back then. It wasn't like nice it is now, So they had this one place.
Weird how it changed when you left.
Yes. So they had this place that they had coffee. It was like a late night coffee pie joint.
Okay.
Only thing open. So I'm not a big dessert person, but I would get a big slice of pie and a cup of coffee. And then there was an adult bookstore next door.
No.
So I go, man, I'm going to go score me. So I put the pie and the coffee in the car. I go score a hand mag. And then I'd be driving up I-95, eating pie, drinking coffee, flipping through a porn mag, drunk.
Pie
on
and
the
porn.
road.
Pie and porn in a car that I didn't have insurance on. I was driving bare with switch
How are
plates.
you still alive?
I don't know. But I can remember, like, what? When you're drunk and you're walking and you can feel it?
Yes.
Like, you just know, like, you're almost having that out-of-body experience.
Yes.
But I knew this adult joint so well. I knew right where to go. And the same thing with the pies. Like a pie and porn, blindfolded drunk. That pie tasted so good late at night with that coffee.
We're talking about the baked goods still.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that pie was good too. By the way, you can also score that pie on Commercial Boulevard.
252 WCMF. Again, we're telling you about a story. A Wendy's in the city. Police were called after a man was unresponsive at the drive-thru. When police got there, they found out he was just passed out in the drive-thru with a woman and a child in the car, which is not great.
What were they doing?
I don't know. It does
Okay.
not say. Maybe she was also passed out. I don't
right.
know. Long story short, police say he was drunk in the drive-thru at the Wendy's. And why we bring this up, this is the second story similar to this. There was another family with kids in the car. Again, not great.
Yeah.
Right? Where they were arrested for being drunk. That couple, a couple of weeks ago, were accused of getting out of the car and fighting the people at the restaurant because. But we found this strange because Wendy's was never a drunk food. At least your standard go-to.
It's your golden. It's the gold standard.
Every once in a while, you thank God that you grew up in the time that you did without the technology you have now, right? Because we talk about cell phones all the time and how social media, the things that would have been in your head when you were a kid may have, like, ruined you. I thank God that I did not come of age drunk and high in a world of Uber Eats.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
like, broke.
The good is you're not driving anywhere and you don't have a DD that has to deal with your insanity, but you will make a mortgage payment in Munchies, right?
And how many people would have fallen asleep before it even got there? Like the amount of stories I've heard where people wake up to everything they ordered on their front porch at the next day.
You're absolutely right.
Because I can remember when you used to order a pizza, and I had a couple of good drinking buddies, and we wanted some other stuff, and you would talk the guy into stopping someplace else. And they would do it.
Yeah.
So, especially like for smokes and stuff like that.
Sure.
You go, hey, man, what would it cost me to just score a pack of smokes from you, too?
And you're willing to pay anything
it's
at
like
that point.
Amish Uber Eats back in the day.
Yeah, kind of like that was like the invention of it.
He had to use a telegram. Marb Reds. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're asking, what is your go-to messed up food? Chris is on CMF. Hey, Chris. How are you, buddy?
Morning, guys.
Yo.
7-Eleven used to be mine.
For what?
The chili cheese dog.
No, you didn't eat that for real.
Wait,
They
a
got
hot dog
snacks in there. You
drunk?
could get
Chili
chips
cheese
and stuff.
dog.
Ugh. You could choke to death on that thing.
It's chili cheese nachos and whatever was on the roller.
On the road.
All
Just
the
what
hot
we got.
foods.
Chris?
Great drunk food.
Chris, how old are you, buddy?
46.
You're going to die soon, and I'm sorry to tell you that. I hate to be the bearer. How many of those chili cheese dogs do you think you've eaten in your lifetime?
In my lifetime?
Yeah.
20, maybe more.
Because they're all still in your body right now. You know that, right?
You'd be better off eating like a rod of plutonium. With cheese.
Chris, look, don't get me wrong. We've all been in those moments where we had to eat the roller dogs. But I'm not proud of it.
No.
I wouldn't call a radio show and say it out loud, Chris.
You're drunk. It was close by. That's where you went.
Okay, all right, look, I'm sorry. Far be it from me to judge. I've put a lot of weird things in my mouth, too. Shut up.
Not even on a Saturday night.
Like Tommy's mom.
Yeah, that too. Chris, thanks for the
Where did my
call,
money
buddy.
get involved?
You started with the mom. Thanks, buddy. Good luck with your health, Chris. Have a good rest of the day.
Somehow he insulted you both with that.
Yeah, I don't.
Do his credit.
Yeah, there's no way of touching a chili cheese dog.
So
wasted.
he does bring up a type of person that does live amongst us because there's a 7-Eleven around the corner from my house, and every time I go in there, there's always at least one dude in line that orders the hot food, and it's either like the wings or the hot dogs.
Okay.
Or they keep it going for a reason.
To be fair to 7-Eleven, you're right. There was a 7-Eleven around the corner from my house. They now sell pizza, wings, tenders, things. Maybe the food technology has gotten better. But, like, when I was on the road, you remember being on the road?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I usually went for the bagged snacks when I was in that situation, like the Cheetos, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know? Remember that when you would get so wasted on Cheetos and then you were, like, marked? Basically.
It was a scarlet letter.
Yeah, like your dong looked like it. Like
what?
Yeah,
I wash my hands before I touch myself.
You're going to say, like, your
You've
clothes.
never Cheetoed and pulled?
No.
Yeah, your brother's going to look like a road cone.
Question.
Why does all of your drunk food end with you in pornography?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I was
talking to him, by the way.
No, I was saying.
I always like the good. Yeah, I like to cap off my evening with a good tug. Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
When was the last time you ate a Cheeto? I'm honestly curious.
I know I can't. I love Cheetos, and I can't think of the last time.
Puffy or crispy?
Both. I go either way.
Okay. You know,
I'm by Cheeto.
Do they sell puffy, crispy Cheetos mixed together?
They should.
Oh, I don't know.
That's me.
How does that not exist?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you're not doing it, Cheetos, you're missing a golden opportunity.
Yeah, I would even dip Cheetos.
In
Cheeto
what?
dip?
Oh, in anything.
And more cheese. Oh, wait. Yeah, no,
I
she's
know.
right. What
Like
could
if you had like that French onion dip.
No.
Why are you? You're a weirdo.
Duncan. I don't. I'm not. Why would you say no to life?
Chris,
just out-smack me.
I
Say
embrace all the snacks and all the dip.
Say yes to life. Dip your Cheetos in ranch dressing. What is wrong with you?
But I
It's a
also
weird
like
one.
all the dip. Like you don't like clam dip.
No.
I love clam dip.
Wait.
Well, you're drunk.
Wait, that's a drunk food.
You're
food?
eating
Clam dip?
seafood drunk.
Oh,
You
yeah.
psycho.
You're so
Yeah.
strange.
What is wrong with you?
I'll tell you the best one is that Asiago artichoke dip.
Listen to Pitch over here.
That
When
is
I've-
delicious. He's not wrong.
When
That
I've
thing-
had a bottle of champagne, I like it. Asiago dip.
I can eat that as is. No, you just said you could have this.
Not even
Give
with
me
a
spoon.
cracker or anything.
No, that stuff is delicious.
No, here's the problem. Every once in a while, you get one of them like artichoke flakes in there. Like, bah!
Oh, that's the best part.
No, I don't like it.
You just choke it down like a man.
Be a man and choke down your artichoke with your orange penis. Paul writes us. We'll wrap it up this way. He says, Jose Joe's is so good when you're smashed. The loaded smashed potatoes hit different when you're 3 sheets to the wind. Have you been to Jose Joe's?
No, where's Jose
I have.
Joe's?
I have not been to Jose Joe's.
Where is it?
Kimmy, they sell Mexican and burgers at the same time?
Oh, I've only ever gotten a burrito from there, so I don't know.
I could be wrong.
Is this local?
There's one in Greece. I know that on
Oh.
Ridgeway, I believe.
Oh.
It
Is
looks.
it a chain?
I don't know. I've always wanted to go. I drive by it all the time, and I just haven't made it out there yet.
Loaded potato be tasty, but
I
it's
mean-
again, it's a hard thing to eat drunk.
You just get a fork and you. Bro,
Yeah,
you're
but
eating pie and looking at porn.
Yeah.
There was a joint in Greece
Yeah.
that I loved. It was a drive-through baked potato shack in the plaza
Okay.
with the Chuck E. Cheese.
So you get all the fixings on?
Yeah, you could drive through. Now, they were only open, like there was like an early morning version, so like you had to be up way late
Yeah.
to get a baked potato through the But here, it was like a photomat booth.
Oh, all right.
And they would make you baked potatoes.
Right there?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay.
I don't know if it's still there, but I miss it. I miss you, Potato Shack. Let's take a break. As we talk about all this food, and with the holidays now in full effect, right? Like if you're someone who wants to lose weight, it's not a good time for you.
Yeah.
Because one, starting now is probably just
Wait.
failure, right? But you still look at yourself and you go, "Oh, I don't like this."
Disgusting.
We have a study in front of us from the CDC. We know exactly how many pounds the average American wants to lose, and it's more than you think.
You dreaming, bro.
Why you gotta be a dick?
You know it's hard. Bro, you and I, we've been struggling with the weight our whole life.
Which is why someone like you should be like,
Yeah.
I did it, but you can't.
But we know how hard it is.
Yes, I know. Which is why this number is so surprising, because like wanting to lose 5 or 10 pounds, that's one thing.
Okay.
What we're talking about
But they're
here,
shooting for the stars.
we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is probably not the conversation to have during the holiday season.
All right.
Yet these numbers show it is on everyone's mind. And it's concerning because for an average for all Americans, this number is high. And you do wonder, do they want to do this for health or do they want to look sexy?
Oh, right.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. The run continues.
The run continues.
A man we were worried about falling on his face in front of the entire country is sticking it to every so-called smart person that wants to come across his path.
Oh!
And we'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
I have in front of me the average amount of weight Americans want to lose right now.
Mm.
Would you like to take a swing at what that number is?
I'm going to say 10 pounds.
10 pounds. Kimmy, would you like to take a guess? Your mic is off.
20 pounds.
20 pounds. Okay. The average American right now says they want to lose 29 pounds.
So let's call it 30.
Yeah, 30 pounds. So that's what the study shows. The average American, they are 30 pounds heavier.
Lose 30 pounds?
Yes. Now, to be clear, before we get into this is not based on any scientific number.
Yeah.
They just asked the folks in this study,
okay.
A, do you want to lose weight? B, how much do you want to lose?
So people are massively overweight.
Oh, my God.
Well, no, I was going to think, it's especially this time of year. This is the time of year we're going to gain a little weight. The weather gets colder. You're going to holiday party after holiday party, so you're already up probably more than you normally are.
Okay, but you haven't gained 10 pounds in a week. Like, this is what they want to lose now.
But
right
this
now,
is all
30
mental.
pounds.
Yeah.
Okay. So to further your point on how much weight that is, the average American male weight is about 200 pounds. That means the average American man would want to lose about 15% of their body weight.
Right.
And it would be an even higher percentage for women.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you come down on how you should weigh? How do you figure out on what the number is you should weigh, Tommy Muley?
Wait, like what my number is?
I know you have a number in your head that you want to weigh. How did you figure that out?
I went back to high school.
Really?
Yeah. So I did my high school weight.
That's what you want to weigh your high school weight for the rest of your life?
like that was my goal when I lost weight.
Okay. Are you there now?
No.
Oh, you got fat. Oh no.
I got fat and butt.
Booby Tommy ain't a senior in high school no more. You can't keep those skinny hips going. Roll them out of the room, big old fatty Tommy.
It'll happen to you, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
What gave you the number in your head that you want to weigh?
What?
Do you have a number that is there a number in your head I want to weigh this
I think for me, like as my body ages, I don't necessarily gain more weight, but my body shape changes, and I'm more concerned with the shape.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
When's it gonna show up?
I don't even know what that means.
You're shapeless.
When does my shape show up?
Yes.
Yeah, I love when she pins you down on this because then you get super uncomfortable because you got to keep talking through it.
You don't have one.
Please Please keep talking about Kimmy's curves. Go ahead.
Or lack thereof.
You were saying, Kimmy.
So, like, I think I'm more
curve.
concerned with, like, I become more obsessed with, like, trying to figure out, like, different workouts to do to change the certain shapes of my body.
Okay,
Does that make sense? So I guess, I mean, you always feel like you want to lose weight, but for me, it's more like, why does my body look like that now?
Okay, so you guys bring up both good points here that we're going to walk into. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The number you want to weigh. How did you come up with those numbers? Because there's always a scientific number. Like when you go to the doctor for your height, you should weigh X amount. But those can be flawed based on the way you're built, based on how much muscle you have, based on the lifestyle you live.
And also your family history.
You
battle a lot of that.
Yeah,
too.
you're right. You're absolutely right. So then you can go, well, like you said, based on history. I weighed X amount in high school.
Yeah.
I weighed X amount when I felt my best, so I need to be there. But that can also be an issue. As you said, you put on weight much easier as you get older.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, to touch on Kimmy's point, you could lose that weight at 45
and feel like not feel great about it. 'Cause now I look funny, or like now I got some saggy skin, or you know what I mean?
Gravity will deal you a not so fun reality, right? And this race to lose weight and be where we want to be has created some big time problems. Almost 1/2 of Americans say they've tried fad diets to lose that weight.
Yeah.
And of those people, 74% said they were frustrated by the lack of results.
Yeah.
So only 1 in 4 people that have tried these, diets say it was successful enough where they felt good. Here's the most shocking number.
It's a shocker.
About 40% of Americans say they have tried, quote, weight loss medications to get the extra pounds off.
So your diet pills, your Ozempic.
I don't know if that's just Ozempic. Are there other medications, 252 WCMF?
Well, I got to think that's the Ozempic's number one right now, like top of mind for people.
But you could take like those diet supplements, Slim Fast, all that stuff.
Is Slim Fast a drug, though? It says medication. Slim Fast is just a
Yeah,
delicious meal replacement.
Yes.
Because like 4 in 10 Americans trying medication to lose the weight. That's a super high number.
So you're going to the doctor almost saying, hey, man, you got to give me
Do
some.
like laxatives count as medication?
Let's not give people ideas.
Well, no, I knew people that did that.
My first wife did it, and it was disastrous. Like she had to be rushed to the hospital.
Wait, that bad?
Oh yeah.
Oy.
Yeah, you could.
It's not. It's like you watch one person do it, and you're like, why are you torturing yourself?
I would just not want to have to clean the sheets every night.
Bro, it was. She had to sell Florida trots.
Okay. But despite all of this, despite the fact that we want to lose 30 pounds each, despite the fact that half of us have tried fad diets, of those people, 3/4 say it didn't work, we're still trying. The average American says in the last 5 years they've tried to lose weight 3 separate times. 1 in 5 Americans say they've tried 5 times in the last 5 years, and results not great.
Yeah, taking a shot at it.
So, like, I don't know what the message here is because, like, if losing weight was easy, no one would want to lose weight.
Right.
Right? But the idea of losing 30 pounds can be borderline dangerous.
Yeah, it's a mountain.
Exactly. So, like, what's the happy medium here? Maybe ordering a happy medium. No, but seriously, like, what's the good advice?
Well, the good advice is the one nobody listens to.
What's that?
Everything in moderation. Shut up. I didn't get fat on moderation.
No, actually, wasn't that in the cheese that you were eating?
Oh, yeah.
Moderation cheese?
Oh, I love that stuff. The aerosol one especially.
No, but I mean, like, even that advice, like everything in moderation, change your lifestyle to a healthy lifestyle, that can also be borderline impossible depending on the life you're living.
And it's work.
Well, and everything in moderation doesn't necessarily mean that you're eating healthier. It could just mean you're eating less of the bad stuff, which is healthier than it was, but I don't know if you're necessarily getting what you need out of it.
But I will say this, 252 WCMF, again, with this knowledge that the average American wants to lose about 30 pounds, which is a ton of weight when it comes to how we are on average when it comes to weight. Kimmy, like, I was 300 pounds at one point. And I could pull back on the bad food I was eating and lose 30 pounds easy because I had all that weight to lose. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't. When I was 300 pounds, I didn't want to lose 30 pounds. I wanted to lose 50 pounds.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was going to take more work than that.
It's always a mountain too far of your fat ass.
It's so freaking hard to be surrounded by so much good stuff all the time.
And diets suck to be on. It's not fun.
And it's expensive, too.
Right.
Like, nobody wants to talk about that.
Well, and if you, like, think about you and your family. Like, if you are the only one, you know, with these strict rules for yourself, it's even harder when you're surrounded by people that aren't doing that.
And they push food on you.
Well, not that they push food on you, but, like, you always, but think about it, like, you always have to go get your own thing. Or, like, it's the inconvenience of it all.
But nobody will ever have that serious conversation about, Jesus, you've gained too much weight. But as soon as you lose weight, you're starting to look sick. You got to start eating, man.
Yeah, I hate guys like that.
What?
What are you
talking about?
Whoa.
You look tired today. What's wrong?
Did you say, at one point you said it looked like my AIDS had cancer? Going back to a point Tommy made a second ago.
Yeah.
I believe the food pushing is a big problem.
Oh, yeah.
And I say big problem, like it's not like, again, AIDS or cancer. But we live in a big food pushing town where if you go to someone's house, they're going to offer you a meal, and they're going to feel disrespected if you don't want it. And if you come over just to hang out, somebody's going to say, let's order a pizza. And you don't want to be the one guy that's like, nah, I'm not going to eat any pizza, right? Like, there's that social pressure.
But it's even in your house with your wife.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't finish this. I opened this up. You have to finish it. You want the rest of this, or they'll just plop it on your plate?
You're right. My wife made cheesy broccoli rice the other night. And I'm standing there, there's like
Bro, that's Fat Man Crack.
Fat Man Crack, one of my favorite blues musicians. Fat Man Crack!
Oh, I'm Fat Man Crack. Cheesy biscuits all day long, baby.
Rice, you idiot. Cheesy broccoli rice. And there's 3/4 of it left. And it was so delicious in the pan. And I was literally standing over it, smelling it.
Eat me, Pat.
And my wife is in this weird spot, too, because she loves me, obviously.
Yeah.
Right? And she wants me to be happy.
But she can eat.
But
and she doesn't gain.
No, the Jamaican body bothers me because, like, my daughter was born with a 6-pack.
Yeah.
And my wife can eat whatever she wants, and she always looks fantastic, right? The Irish body, on the other hand.
Yeah.
If I have.
It's built for taters. That's that tater hauling ass right there.
Tater hauling ass is my second favorite.
Country artist?
Yeah, well, how's that go? I was trying to remember the blues artist you just said.
He's that tater hauling ass. He don't move too fast.
No, but my wife will be like, just have some, right? Because she wants me to be happy. And
I
she
can't
wants,
have some.
Yeah, exactly.
I want all of it.
You're going to put it on the floor. I'm going to get on my hands and knees. I'm going to eat it like a goddamn golden retriever. You know how this goes.
Yes.
And it even makes it delicate if you have someone in your house that is dealing with this, right? Like trying to lose weight. Because on one hand, you don't want to tell them, stick to your diet, because it makes it sound like you disgust me.
You're being mean.
Right? But on the other hand, if you do the whole, like, no, you can have some, you go down this spiral of like, and all of a sudden,
the floodgates are open.
Exactly. I got like candy bar wrappers all over my unconscious body. There's just chocolate all over my face.
Ugh.
What do you do, Tommy?
I don't know, because I can't even think of anybody I know who successfully did this together or as a family. Like, it's always just one person in the house dealing with it.
Yeah.
You know?
No, you're right. And, like, this is the worst time of year as we have this discussion. Again, the average American wants to lose around 30 pounds, which is a ton of weight.
Mm-hmm.
It's the worst time of year for folks not feeling great about what the scale says, not just because you're dealing with the number, but because starting a diet now is like the stupidest thing you can do. Yes, it is borderline impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, the only good thing, like, if you have the self-control to, like, go back to the gym or start eating right, you'll have the gym all to yourself for 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, until until the new year, and then you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They all come storming back in with their.
Everybody's.
But then they clear
starting
out
point.
within a month.
But that's just it. You get a good head start when you got the gym to yourself. You ride through that. Everybody's coming back on the
February,
first.
they're all gone again.
Get through to the other side.
Yeah.
You're there, baby. We believe in you. Or don't. I mean, whatever makes you happy.
Eat.
I'm not your mom. Whatever. Let's take a break.
All right.
Man, we were nervous for this guy. Now,
Really?
I'm nervous for the people that have to go up against him.
Oh, wow.
Because he's on a heater, buddy.
No kidding.
And we don't know when this heater's going to end, but he's going back on tonight. And even, we were talking about how smart you have to be just to appear.
Yeah.
This guy, who has done something the overwhelming majority of people in his position have not done, even was worried he wasn't going to make this based on his past.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Dude's on a run.
Oh.
We are on a run. It's loud and the dude's on a run.
Yes, it is.
And here's the thing, man. This is a lesson in never giving up because this man who has done something we were worried he wasn't going to be able to do.
Yeah.
Maybe he shouldn't even be in this spot in the first place. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. We are still dissecting what happened yesterday in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
A record-setting QB performance wasted by a defensive letdown. I had asked you two this morning on a post-game Monday here on CMF what your level of panic was 1 to 10. Tommy, you were a 5.
Yeah.
Kimmy, you were a 3.
Yep.
This man is in the room with the Bills every single day.
Oh, yeah.
This man has seen things no other person has seen. Chilling things. Our good buddy from 13 Wham at Buffalo Plus, Dan Fates, joins us just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Last week, we told you about a Rochester man going off to do great things.
Mm-hmm.
David Bond was going to appear on Jeopardy. He did on Thursday night for his first episode. And the initial question we asked was, is it worth the risk, right? Because you have to be super smart to get on Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Yet, despite that, if you screw up, you look like an idiot to everyone in the country. Well, to our relief, Henrietta's own David Bond went on and succeeded.
Yes.
And then he was back again Friday night because that's how Jeopardy works. And wouldn't you know it, Mr. Bond, David Bond, won again.
Did it again, huh?
He's on a 2-show heater. He goes for 3 in a row tonight on CBS. Now, we're learning more about this gentleman.
Yeah.
A profile done by News 8 over the weekend. He was born and raised in the 19th Ward, so Rochester through and through. He went to the University of Rochester. He then spent 20 years working at RIT as a research director. He retired a couple years ago.
So he's an older cat.
He is, yeah. He's an older gentleman. Also, Aquinas graduate. No big deal.
Look at that.
Something about those Henrietta guys living in Henrietta that graduated from Aquinas.
Crossover.
Super smart.
Yeah.
Super smart guy.
So far you got 1.
So remember we had talked about how smart you have to be to get on the show.
Oh, yeah.
Just to make it there.
In this interview, he says that he had taken the test to get on a Jeopardy several times.
Yeah.
Quote, sometimes I thought I did really well. I didn't hear anything. One time, I got a call for an audition. I did an on-site audition in Washington, D.C. in 2018. This time I took the test, didn't think I had done very well. There were questions where I thought I wish I had a few extra seconds. He had more callbacks over the years. He finally recently got the call.
Man, this guy's got the obsession.
But he's 6 years in minimum. Oh, sorry, it says 10 years. So he's been doing this for a decade.
Yeah.
He was unsuccessful for a decade.
Yeah.
And he's won 2 shows in a row.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of a lot of the people that make it on. It's they don't get on their first time trying. So to your point, I wonder how many times
auditions.
Yeah, auditions. I guess I don't really know what it entails where you finally get a call back.
Because you got to be so like broadly intelligent.
Yeah, we've talked
to win.
about this. Yeah. No,
which is almost impossible.
Go ahead.
It's not so much look, I would think even taking the test, unless you're a complete moron, you know things.
But you got to know a lot of broad subject.
It's the fact that this guy had such confidence in himself that he kept trying for over a decade.
Never give up.
If I try 3 or 4 times and they tell me no, I quit.
Oh,
I'm done.
No, I'm with
Because
you.
it's embarrassing to me every time I go and take it and I'm not getting that call, right? Like
You're obviously wrong. You're not smart.
Well,
no, that's what I would say. I'm obviously wrong. I'm not good at this.
You know, there is one question I would have for him too, because I always wondered this of people that go on a run. You know how like they'll go through like a fun fact about that person.
Yeah.
And the people that go on runs, like they always have a fun fact to give. So like, did they give like their best fact up front?
Ooh, good question.
Or do you like save some good stories for if you go on a
About
run
yourself?
later on? Because I mean, some of the stories are pretty interesting.
So to Kimmy's point, when they come back from the first commercial break, you know me being the Jeopardy expert that I am, they go one by one, and this is David from Rochester. David, I heard that you're into pike fishing, and then he goes into like a fun story, right?
Yeah.
But Kimmy's right. If you're on the show for 10 straight episodes.
Do I hit him with the best
do
one
it
up
every
front?
episode?
Every episode they do it, yes.
Oh, man.
So, like, nobody's that interesting.
No.
We talk for 4 hours a day about the same 3 things over and over and over. Tommy likes porn, likes to drink. It's great. Fun show. Wow.
Okay, see here, you won a fill-in-the-blank celebrity lookalike contest.
Exactly.
Just like, yeah.
No, but that's another great question. Like, if they're asking you for stories.
We should start making them up.
Do they do it up front?
You can't make them
Yes,
up.
why not?
Because somebody
Somebody somewhere will probably look into it, depending on how
You're not gonna get
outrageous the
busted.
story is.
I would just start lying my ass off.
Shock face. That's why you're not Jeopardy material, bro. That's why you're not David Bond of Henrietta, Aquinas graduate.
No, but I'm a good liar.
Are you?
Excellent liar.
You're the worst liar ever. You tried to tell me today that they don't have sandwiches in France, and then said you ate sandwiches in France with a knife and a fork, which completely contradicted your first statement.
Oh, that one, the exception.
You lay dumbass, what you are. 252 WCMF 252-9263. So again, he goes for 3 in a row tonight on News 8. Here's the other thing that sucks.
What?
He knows how he's done.
Yeah.
So how much
earlier did they do this again?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But either he is on a break to go back and continue to play, or he knows how many he's made.
Yeah.
And I'm dying to know, because they make you sign a non-disclosure agreement with these game shows right until it airs.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they threaten either to take the money or they hold your money until you're gone to ensure you don't talk. Somebody's got to know. You can't keep that a total secret, right?
I would guess like his family probably.
Yeah, I mean,
knows. Based on like
your wife would know.
Yeah, but I would be worried my wife would tell somebody else. Your wife wouldn't tell somebody?
Sure.
Tommy won 5 Jeopardy games. 5 of them.
You married the wrong Tommy. Yeah, he's got to be. He makes a little bank every game, right?
He won $25,000 on the first one. I don't know what he made on
so
the
he
second
could be 40G.
He could be 50G. He could be 60G.
Damn.
He could be 80G. I don't know. But I'm saying, I don't trust anyone in my life enough to not tell somebody else. But then
I don't
again,
want to lose that money, man. Especially if I score.
Yeah.
If I had 50,000 on the line, I ain't saying nothing.
But on the other hand, bro, think about how great you would feel about yourself if you won multiple games of Jeopardy to not tell someone.
Here's the problem. I would have already spent that money. Because it's found money, right? That money should be just pissed away.
Well, but he did dedicate 10 years of his life to getting there.
I don't care, man. You wouldn't spend that money already?
Oh, yeah, but we're dumb.
Yeah.
Would you want to watch it back?
Yeah.
What?
Would you want to watch it back?
No.
The game. Well, either the game you win or the game you
watch yourself on TV.
Well, I was thinking like the game you lose. I mean, you're still on TV, and people are going to want to watch it with you.
I don't want to watch it with anybody else,
I don't
whether I
want
win or
I
lose.
don't even want to see myself.
Yeah, no, nobody does.
You want to see your stupid ass?
It would be cool to see me standing in front of the Jeopardy podium. Well, I wouldn't do that. Write this down as a note. Don't say,
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is? Why would the answer be okay? Are you done? Are you done? All right, let's take a break. We're done with this.
All right.
And we move on to still trying to figure out what the hell happened in L.A. yesterday, because this Rams defense, statistically, not a good defense.
Yeah.
Right? Or, excuse me. That doesn't matter. That checked out because the Bills ran all over that defense. The Rams' offense, statistically, with injuries in it, had not been good. They hadn't been able to run the ball well. The offensive line was terrible. Yet, despite that, the Bills could not stop them. There are Bills fans that are in full panic mode right now. I made the argument this morning that this might be the best thing that could have happened to them, but our opinions don't matter. Who are we?
Nobody.
What do we know?
Nothing.
This man knows a thing or two. It's on the sideline. He's in that locker room. He's seen multiple naked asses.
Wow. This is getting weird.
I'm just saying, he has. I mean, you saw that Mike Tyson clip, right? Bare ass right there. We talked to our good buddy from 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus, naked ass aficionado. Dan Fates joins us on a postgame Monday next year in the break room on CMF.
Takes the snap, dumps it down to Ty Johnson, gets a block, has another blocker, and he's through. Down the sideline. 10-5, touchdown Ty Johnson on a 41-yard check down throw. He takes it the distance.
God, that play was so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
God, that was so pretty. Everything just lined up perfectly.
Yeah.
There goes Ty Johnson. He's running. He's running all hard. We're bad. We're in this. Everything's going to be good. And then you're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. As we all know, the Bills lose a West Coast shootout. 42-44. The defense, inept. The exact opposite of the offense. I mean, look, Josh Allen may have played the greatest game an NFL quarterback has ever played. He accounted for 424 yards of offense on his own. He set a modern NFL record. He's the only quarterback to have 3 touchdowns on the ground and 3 touchdowns in the air. He brought his team back from a 17-point deficit despite the fact that defense could not stop the Rams, which, by the way, mathematically doesn't even make sense.
Turnovers.
No turnovers at all. We told you this morning that prior to yesterday in the NFL,
the history of the NFL,
teams that had scored 6 touchdowns and did not turn the ball over were 245-0. This morning, they are 245-1. So you have this both sides of the coin thing here.
Yeah.
Some Bills fans are freaking out. A man to either calm us all down or make it 1,000 times worse. From 13 Wham and Buffalo Plus, new dad, locker room aficionado. Let's welcome Dan Fates. Hey, Dan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Hey, no, you sound excited to be here. We really appreciate it.
No, you were laughing because you're like, he's either going to calm us down and I just wanted to come right out and be like, so, Kimmy, Tyler Bass made all of his
Can't blame it on Tyler this week.
All right, so, Dan, I had asked this morning, Tommy and Kimmy, because if you're on social media right now, it's a tire fire. If you listen to any of the post-game shows, it was a tire fire. I had asked them on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most panicked, where is your Bills panic meter? Tommy, you said?
5.
Kimmy, you said?
I gave it a 3.
Dan, what is your panic number?
I'm with Kimmy. I think it's a 3. It's somewhere between not overreacting to the fact of they gave up 44 points and lost a game where their offense was pretty much perfect to a team that offense was even better. So it's a fine line between, are you sitting there going, man, this defense has got real issues and they got exposed and this could be a really big concern, or is it sometimes where you sit there and go, man, the Rams offense just had one of those magical days for themselves. Like there were very few times where I thought the defense had blown coverages, where a guy was just wide open. There was a lot of times where I thought, man, Taron Johnson's in good position. It was just a better throw from Matt Stafford and an unbelievable catch by Puka Nacua. Like there were some times where you just have to throw your hands up and go, that's good defense. That's just better offense.
Well, it's interesting. I'm sorry, Dan. I don't mean to cut you off. It's interesting you say that because, you are a football expert over at 13 Wham, because our football expert thought the exact opposite this morning. What did you say when it came to the guys?
Every time, how did that guy get over? This guy's wide open over here. This guy's nobody around him. I was getting so pissed off. I go, who's watching this idiot? There was a bunch of guys wide open when they caught those balls.
Thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, I don't think they were there.
You've been checking television. I know you weren't at the game.
Yeah, there were some missed coverages, sure, but like in the grand scheme of things, that's going to happen in every game. It was the plays that I went, no way. Like, did Puka Nacua make that catch?
He did make it cool.
How did Stafford fit that in there? Like all of those things. Like that was to me what stood out to me more. Where I went, I don't think that this is necessarily bad defense. This is just an offense. Like I was comparing it to every once in a while in baseball, a pitcher that is a 500 pitcher. He's 5-5 on the season. He's not an all-star pitcher. Sometimes he has those days where he throws a no-hitter against a good offensive lineup in baseball. And you go, he just had the best stuff today. Like that was how this was. For most of the game, that's what I'm trying to tell myself and not overreact to, man, this defense can't guard anybody, and think about it as Stafford was nearly perfect. Josh was nearly perfect. This kind of a game happens.
So you don't think this morning that they are bringing all these guys in and just going, hey, guys made a couple of crazy catches. You guys can have the rest of the day off. Get out of here. Hey, but you know what? Booze on me tonight. Go ahead. We got some hookers in the other room. You guys just got.
They do that after wins, too. They're like, hey, everybody grab some beers. We don't need to work on anything. We're all set.
No push-ups today.
Yeah.
Dan, you bring up Puka Nacua, number 17, the wide receiver for the Rams yesterday. He made 2 unbelievable catches, that one on the sideline and then one over Milano in the middle of the field. The one thing that sucks about the NFL being as widespread as it is, right? There are players that you don't get to see on a regular basis that are just special players, right?
Yeah,
like
he's one of them.
For example, Kimmy, that game, the ACC championship game, college football, it was SMU versus Clemson. That SMU quarterback is so much fun to watch, right? I had never really seen him play an entire game. Dan, Puka Nacua is a guy that I wish played on the East Coast because I would love to watch. Not against the Bills.
He was also hurt though for that first part of the season.
I guess what I'm saying is, in all the years he's been in the league, I haven't had an opportunity, Dan, to fully appreciate how talented he is.
Yeah, and also I'm sitting there watching that entire game going, how did he go in the 5th round? How did this guy not get drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round? Like, he just has all of those things. And to your point, too, I know we can talk about the Rams offense and all those things and the Bills defensive. What you're talking about is when you're saying, I wish, we got to see this player more. I don't mean to change subjects. That's how I felt about Khalil Shakir yesterday, was that in Western New York, Shakir has the recognition for being this awesome guy, scrappy player, all these things. I wish he got more notoriety nationally for how good he is as tough, smart, always catches everything, tough to tackle after the catch, all of those things. So, again, I know that Puka had the more flashy plays, and we're talking about the Rams offense, but you're talking about notoriety. I think Shakir's in that same boat as well.
Well, let's talk about Shakir for a second because, Tommy, Khalil Shakir, number 10.
Yeah, I got you.
No, you don't. He has.
Why do you list numbers? Is that how Tommy sees
kind
things?
of?
Is that just it?
Yeah, you're 0.
No, that's Keon Coleman.
Good one, Tommy. You're a sport coat hoodie boy.
Are you done? Are you done? Okay. All right. So, Dan, Khalil Shakir yesterday, I mean, he's making plays all over the field. He goes over 100 yards receiving. But there are 2 plays that stood out in that game to me where it was like, holy crap. First of all, that touchdown, that's all his work, right? That's a quick slant, and he's there. But even more amazing, the catch he made before Josh's final touchdown. Yeah. How the hell? He catches it through 2 guys, gets blasted.
He takes some hits.
Gets his feet, knee, ass in bounds, and holds onto the ball. Dan, that's not physically possible.
No, and especially when you think about he knows he's going to get rocked. Like, to sit there and sacrifice your body and be like, this is going to suck. Here comes another 230-pound human being that's going to slam into me. Like, it was impressive, the fact of all those catches through traffic, the concentration, the ability to make the play. Again, it was just another one of those games where I go, I get it. It's only his second 100-yard receiving game of the season. He's not going to make a Pro Bowl. He's not going to be an All-Pro because of his stats, and I get that. But he isn't going to win you a fantasy football game. He has helped the Bills win a lot of games because of his play, his blocking, his toughness, all of those things. And again, when he makes some of those plays and you just go, here's another guy that fell to the 5th round. Like, just value there and just another amazing game from him.
Dan Fates from 13 Wham joining us here, getting back into this Bills game on a post-game Monday. It seems that Dan and Tommy are not on the same page as far as how they feel about this performance yesterday. All right, so Dan, as we were having the discussion on how to dissect what we watched yesterday, I had made the argument that this might be the best thing that could happen to the Bills right now. Would you agree or disagree?
Well, weren't you always kind of like, I was just talking to somebody, and they were like, well, I'm glad they got their loss out of the way now because they weren't going to be on this big, long winning streak going into the playoffs. And I think there is some truth to that. I think you Bills fans maybe were waiting for the other shoe to drop of they can't keep winning all these games in a row. So maybe this is one of those losses that you kind of get back to reset. Tommy, maybe the coaches put the hookers and the beer away for a little bit and they get back to defensive fundamentals. That might help a little bit in your eyes. So I think it can. I think you do learn a lot more from losses than you do from wins. This is a game where I think they can take away a lot of positives offensively, and they need to, check some things defensively.
I mean, because, look, we were talking this morning, Kimmy, until yesterday, the Bills had won 15 straight games, regular season games in December and January, and they went out in the divisional round the last 2 years, right? I mean, there's not that frantic pace to have to win every game either for seeding or to make the playoffs like they did last year. I mean, Dan, I don't know why after the game was over. I mean, I was frustrated not getting the comeback, Tommy, right? But, I had this weird sense of calm, okay, this hasn't happened recently, and this is a good thing.
Yeah, it definitely – the fact that they're still the number 2 seed, the fact that they've already locked up the division, And like you said, last year was different because they needed that game in Week 18 in Miami to get the division. So, like, there was a sense of hey, we want to get a home game, all of those things. But maybe they've been cruising too much towards the end of the year, and everything's just kind of flown, easily for them. Maybe this is one of those things that kind of resets them and gets them back. Look, they have been a good team that has bounced back after losses. Historically, under Sean McDermott, they've never lost 3 games in a row. And Catalana had this stat. They've lost 2 games in every year of McDermott. After those 2-game losing streaks, they're 22-1 after those losing streaks. Like they are a good team of figuring out, self-scouting, adjusting, and making adjustments. So I think there is something to what you're saying in trying not to overreact of, we scored all these points and didn't win. This is a major red flag. I don't think that's necessarily the case.
We're trying to, help Tommy here.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of things that you just can't. Well, no, this morning you were talking, you couldn't understand, that guy's open, cover him, which is a great defensive plan, by the way. I don't know how you don't have a job.
That's how I would coach.
Also, Tommy, when you made your picks on Friday, you had James Cook going over 80 yards. Not only did you have Cooks going over 80 yards rushing, you had him having that by the time the fourth quarter started.
Yes.
And Tommy,
and he should have.
You said you can't understand why. I'm sorry, what did you say, Dan?
He was close.
Okay,
Cook was close, right?
Not so fast, buddy.
Yeah.
But, Tommy, you said this morning you cannot understand why the Bills weren't able to run that ball against the Rams.
You told me that this defense couldn't stop the run.
They couldn't. They were having a hard
They're
time.
one of the worst in the league.
I mean, Dan, I think that's the most surprising thing with how dominant the Bills' run game had been, with the numbers you see with the Rams, and how were they not able to run the ball yesterday?
I think it's one of those games, too, especially when you get behind. And they were down, 17 points in the second quarter after the blocked punt return for a touchdown. I think sometimes your game plan has to adjust. And a lot of times when you're down, it's tough to consistently run the ball. So it turned into the Josh Allen show, which is a nice show to turn to as a plan B when you fall behind 17 points. So I think that played into the hand of Josh Allen throwing for 300-some-odd yards and then running for another 70-something. I think they abandoned it because they had to because of the way the game was going.
So there you go.
All right.
I guess
I'm worried
I'll
about this
accept that.
Detroit game now.
Okay, but see.
I'm sorry to add logic to your take, Tommy. I apologize.
Ooh, in your face. Are you like that ugly? All right, but here's the thing, Dan.
Yeah.
As we close the book and look forward to next week, now we're on to Detroit. Tommy is now terrified that this Detroit team's going to expose the Bills, right? And
I think they're the best team in football.
And I had made.
You don't think so?
Well, I
don't. You don't even like Eminem that much.
I don't. But no, here's the thing.
Very popular.
I'm not saying that the Lions are bad. I just don't think they're this juggernaut that people are making them out to be. Dan, my argument is this is the game you lose before you go and beat Detroit next week. I mean, we've seen it happen with this Bills team over and over again.
Yeah, and Detroit has flaws defensively just like the Rams do. I expect another shootout in Detroit next week. This is a team that has a ton of injuries on the defensive line. They have struggled to get after the quarterback. They blitz at an incredibly high rate. Josh has historically done well these last few years against the blitz. I think it could be a better matchup. Now, again, you're still going to have to stop the 2 best, arguably 2 out of the 3 best running backs in football, in Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. That's been a problem for the Bills' defense. So that kind of plays into it. But I think you will see the Bills weren't looking ahead to Detroit as they went to L.A., but I think this always has been kind of the marquee matchup that we've been looking at for the last month. I've even come on here and you're like, hey, we got that Detroit game. Wouldn't that be crazy to have a Detroit-Buffalo Super Bowl? All of these things kind of playing into it. I'm not saying they were looking ahead, but I think maybe they might match up a little bit better, but they're going to have to find a way to get stops. They're going to have to find a way to get off the field on third down against another good offensive coordinator in Ben Johnson and all of those things. So I expect to see a similar kind of game, and hopefully the Bills don't have a punt block. Hopefully the Lions don't have 3 unreal catches on the sidelines. Hopefully the Bills can make some plays at the end that they didn't do against the Rams.
I mean, you want to watch Tommy's head explode?
Right.
Do it.
After this weekend, the way that with Thursday night the Lions playing with their win and the way the Bills lost, I really like Sean McDermott out-coaching Dan Campbell on Sunday.
Oh,
so they play Thursday night.
No, the Lions had played Thursday night, so they do have a mini-bye.
Right.
What I'm saying is, with this Lions game coming up, Dan, everyone talks about the balls that Dan Campbell has and how he believes in his guys. But, Tommy...
Guy's a Greek god.
It's just reckless. Like he's coaching like an insane person, right? And like when you have McDermott across the field, who is very measured most of the time and has gotten really good at understanding times and situations, I like McDermott's brain.
So you think he's a better coach?
I do think McDermott is a better coach than Dan Campbell, yes.
I agree. Tommy?
But I think Dan Campbell's guys like hanging with him.
Okay,
I don't
but
think
we've had that in Buffalo before, and that didn't work out.
Yeah, how'd it go with Rex?
Where does hanging with him rank on the coaching importance and leadership?
You want to win for your guy.
You've said yourself you don't want a boss you can hang out with because no work gets done.
I don't because I don't focus.
You don't focus, period. Doesn't matter.
Did the Packers hang out with Lombardi?
Ooh.
Well, nobody hung out with
Lombardi. Got you
Lombardi.
there.
Yeah, how about that?
He was too short. They didn't invite him to hang out with him.
No, Dan, you remember all those parties that Bill Belichick would throw at his house for all those Patriots players to come over and hang out? You remember that?
But you said you told me Belichick wasn't the reason they won.
No, I don't think Belichick is.
You think he's the worst coach ever?
I didn't say worst coach ever. He does have a sub 500 record without Tom Brady.
You said
but,
he's overrated.
He is absolutely
he rode
overrated.
Tom Brady's coattail.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Hey,
yes,
Pat.
I've said that multiple times. I'm sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
Pat, question for you. Did you have any problems or any, displeasure with like the coaching moves towards the end of the game there?
Okay,
with McDermott.
So let's
because I think that's been talked up a lot, and and I've got one thought on it. I was just wondering what you were thinking through that.
Great lead in, Dan. Let's catch everybody up real quick. So the furiosity, if that's a word, from Bills fans the most is Sean McDermott calling a timeout
at the end of the game.
Yes, after Josh Allen could not get in the end zone. The idea being let the clock run, save your timeouts to try and get the ball back. The second being there's only 9 players on the field, and they didn't field the punt, which was your only chance of scoring the coming back. That last play, disaster. But the timeout thing, I mean, Dan, I don't know what choice you have other than to call the timeout. I was okay with McDermott's explanation, right? The idea being you're in a bad spot either way. You got to go with your gut there. What do you think?
Yeah, so the timeout, you had to take it when you didn't get in on the Josh Allen QB sneak from the one with like 50 seconds left because it's a pile. And Sean kind of said that. Like, it's not as simple as, okay, we threw a pass for 5 yards, everybody run up, and we're going to clock it. Like, you got to pull bodies off of each other as everybody's tangled up in the middle of that.
I was going to make a joke about you. I was going to say,
your move.
Say you raised
Don't
your
have
hand.
it tell next time.
Yeah. I think, and this is just, I have nothing really, not in the building, and you have to take what the coaches and Josh Allen say. I don't know if that was the exact play that was called.
Okay.
So hear me out. When Josh does a QB sneak, it is not that formation. Josh started that play in the shotgun and then went under center, and Zach Davidson was the guy pushing from behind him. Like, that was not their normal. As Sean said, we went with our best 1-yard play, which is a Josh Allen QB sneak, which historically this season has been amazing. It's been one of the best plays in football. I don't know if Josh called that on his own and was mad at himself that he didn't get in. And then it was hey, we're not throwing Josh under the bus. Josh, you're not going to take the fall. It was a team loss. We called the play collectively. That's going to be our message. I don't know that. I'm just saying that is not the formation. That is not the setup that they normally do for that play. Because the book would tell you from that play, from the 1-yard line, trying to save all 3 timeouts, you would throw the ball 3 times. So because either it's a touchdown or it's incomplete and it stops the clock. So I think when he didn't get in, your only option was to call a timeout. Hindsight's 2020. You got 9 seconds left because you burned that timeout there. I'm not necessarily so sure that Sean didn't do anything wrong. It just didn't work out because we know historically, 85, 90% of the time Josh gets in there. I just don't know if that was Josh calling it on his own or if that was the actual play call.
So you heard it here first in the break room. 13 WAM Stan Fates is guaranteeing that Josh Allen went off script and called that play on his own yesterday. Wow, that's a hell of a guarantee right there, Dan.
Yeah, there you go. You're welcome. Breaking news here.
But, I mean, it makes sense. And before we wrap this up, I mean, there are 2 plays this season that were super successful that we know Josh went off script for. It was the
run.
The Jets game where he picked up the 4th down and went running down the thing.
I forgot about that
And then what was the other one you were bringing up there?
Wasn't it the run against Kansas City?
Well, that was just – he checked out of that too, right?
I kind of thought that was on him.
I was also –
improvised,
Yeah. I mean, so he's got a history of doing this, so that's not a bad guarantee that you absolutely rock solid said happened just now, Dan.
And again, I don't know if I'm watching a game towards the 2-minute warning when the Rams were driving, and I was like, should he be calling timeouts before the 2-minute warning, trying to save as much time there? But I think once it got to be 2nd down, you just conserve timeouts. I know there are people in the booth that are in the organization that have headsets on game days that have gone through those scenarios of clock management. That's not all on Sean McDermott. So for all the fans being like, he mismanaged the clock, he mismanaged timeouts, there is somebody whose only job is to calculate and go through all the scenarios of if this happens in this scenario, we can serve the most time by doing this. And they're the ones that tell Sean in his headset, call a timeout here. Don't call a timeout here. So, like, Sean has got a lot of things going on there, and I know he's the easy target, and I know it's easy to say, oh, another late game that Sean mishandled. Josh was incredible, and Sean messed it up. I don't know if that's totally the case in this scenario. And even if they save that timeout, Duffy, what does their likelihood of winning the game go from 3% to 6%?
I'm with you.
I know it comes down to an onside kick. I think it's just an easy cop-out to sit there and say, Sean McDermott messed it up again, when you're sitting there and go, I don't know. And for everybody, one last thing. Everybody that – hang on. Let me get on.
Nobody's stopping you.
Preach, Dad. Preach. Go ahead. My hands are in the air for you. Go ahead.
Enjoying
last thing. It is – for everybody that's like, it's a Sean McDermott defense, you got gashed for 44 yards, then what does Bobby Babbage do? Like,
okay, first of all, you said it wrong, Dan.
Oh, sorry, Bobby Babbage.
Thank you.
Like, what does he do? Like, he gets no blame for this? Like, I don't think I know Sean's not calling offensive plays. I know he's not calling defensive plays. So, yeah, can Sean give advice of, hey, let's change from zone to man coverage and things like that? But Sean, it's always Sean's defense. When Sean's defense is really good, Bobby Babbage gets credit. When Sean's defense is bad, it's Sean's fault. Like, it's crazy the way the goalposts
doesn't that happen in
around.
all leagues? But they always blame the head coach.
Yeah, but he
makes the face of the team.
No, but he makes a good point, right? McDermott was criticized for not trusting his guys early on in his career, gets lit up for it. Now that it seems he's taken more of a hands-off approach, he's getting lit up for it. And, I mean, it is unfair. I do find it funny, Dan, as we have this conversation, you refer to the head coach of the Buffalo Bills as Sean, like he's like your college roommate. You have a Sean, buddy, Sean. Good to see
you want me to call him coach?
Okay, well, look, I don't know why you're getting aggressive.
Well,
I just
to
pointed
his
out,
point,
I thought
like
it was
we all
charming.
know that you hate when people call chefs by the name chef.
Because you don't work at the restaurant. You don't work at the restaurant.
You probably prefer he said Sean other than coach.
Dan Fates from 13 Web. So, Dan, coverage phenomenal. Points are great. And let's say that I watch you on 13 Web. And I love what you and Jenna and Dan do, even though those holiday commercials.
Jenna and Dan?
I'm sorry, you and Jenna and Mike do, even though those holiday commercials. You couldn't have given a little more energy on the.
Yeah, I know. It's not great. It's not my best. It's not. It's not.
But let's say I wanted that plus a little bit more work.
You're done.
Well, you think so?
Well, what else would there be?
Is there somewhere else, maybe?
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel called Buffalo Plus, and Tommy, I know, has been watching it for the last week and a half because I haven't been on it because I've been on dad duty. So Tommy's really been enjoying just the coverage that Mike and Jenna have been providing. I will be back on eventually. Mike and Jenna were on a red eye back from L.A. last night. The podcast is up now wherever you listen to podcasts and on the YouTube channel as well.
All right, so you heard it here first. Dan Fates guarantees that Josh Allen changed the play, and he will be back soon. So stop holding your breath, guys.
Right.
It's okay. He will be back on Buffalo Plus.
Yeah, you got it, guys.
But by the way, are you sleeping at all right now with the new baby?
No, I did the night shift last night. I was up till 3.
Sorry to wake you up this morning.
If you didn't, also Duffy, great job giving me the heads up.
Okay.
Totally forgot my phone was ringing, and I was like, "Who the hell is calling me at 9 a.m?"
Here's why Dan sucks.
What's that?
If I text him and be like, "We good for tomorrow?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm always good. I don't know why you didn't text me." I don't text him because he told me that. Oh, you don't text me. Talking to Sean, we're going down to the bar. Relive college days.
I thought we were professionals here. Usually, there's a courtesy heads up.
Wrong show.
From now on, I will call you directly every Sunday.
You.
Oh, yeah.
No.
You want me to call you?
No.
I'll get your number from Pat and we'll talk.
No.
We'll set something up.
Please, no.
Dan, get back to dad duty, buddy. Good to talk to you. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
There goes Dan Fates, 13 Wham, Buffalo Plus. All right, let's take a break.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, Josh Allen is earning every penny of that contract that he has. It's going to be difficult for this man who signed what is now the largest contract in professional sports to live up to every penny.
Yeah.
And I don't get how this business works.
I don't either. How do you make it money?
Thank you.
There's no rules.
Like, where's the profit?
We'll get it. Where's the profit is what Tommy
Come
wants to
on.
know. We're going to do it next here in the break room on CM. We've said it several times on the show. We'll say it again.
What happened?
We are not economists. But with this... Write
it down.
With this news that breaks yesterday,
Yeah.
which, by the way, in a crazy NFL Sunday, with all of the championship games going in college, this is still one of the top headlines, which is amazing for this time of year. How do they make money in this business?
I don't get it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So with college football in like the biggest part of the year, with the NFL heating up, NBA back, the Sabres, whatever they're doing, you could be forgiven for not following baseball free agency. But yesterday, superstar outfielder Juan Soto, who spent last year with the New York Yankees, decided he was going to join a new team.
Okay.
He's signing with the crosstown rival, whatever.
Doesn't he have to unpack or pack up?
No, he doesn't have to move.
No.
He signed with the Mets. He signed a 15-year, $765 million contract.
That's it?
Sunday night. It is the largest deal in professional sports history. And just to be clear, every penny of that is guaranteed.
So he's locked up.
How old is he?
He's 26. So he
Why
will
did I
be.
think he was older?
Well, because they normally are. He just got to the majors
Wait, so
really
you're saying
young.
he's bigger than like soccer guys and Formula One and all those dudes?
I have in front of me, as far as the contract goes, now it's not year per year.
Yeah.
Because when you
But
factor
overall.
in, yes, overall, the $765 million contract, over $750 million, is the largest deal in professional sports history. Both he and the team have an opt-out after 5 years, which means he could actually make more money than this if he outplays another team are willing to pay him.
That's insane. Like, how many times did the Mets even sell out their stadium?
Well, they did really well this year, so probably a lot.
More. But sometimes when I watch those games, I see the highlights.
Yeah, like those
the stadiums
Tuesday
are half
night
empty.
games or like,
I go, where's the money?
Where's the money? Show me the money.
Where's the money?
Now, by the
And
way,
it's the Mets.
By the way, his deal will go up $4 million per year from $51 to $55 million for the remainder of the contract after the opt-out. I'm sorry, I'm getting
Why don't they
confusing.
just give him Staten Island?
Bottom line is this.
What's that?
The total value of the contract he signed could exceed $800 million.
So he could be looking at $1 billion, really.
Yeah.
Realistically, at the end of the run.
And he got a $75 million signing bonus.
Wait.
They just cut him a check.
Please sign.
For $75
million.
How does
I hope this guy's single.
They don't have any. There's no restrictions with baseball, right? I
There
mean,
is-
what are the?
There's
no,
a luxury tax, I think.
Right, but I mean, like
There's
they
no
can
cap.
pay
Yeah.
whoever they want, however much they want.
Yeah, no,
right?
yeah.
Like,
I mean,
there's
yeah.
no
And this is why
rules.
you shouldn't.
Can someone explain? I'm asking
Yeah.
a serious question. To your point, even if you sell out the stadium every night,
You sell all the beer.
how do you recoup $800 million for a single
And you
player?
still got all these other millionaires you got to pay.
That's what I'm saying, man. It doesn't make sense to me. Like Josh Allen's contract, just under $250 million, which, by the way, is the most economical deal in the NFL right now. It's still mind-boggling the Bills can do that, but you see the money that the NFL makes? Okay, you can justify it.
And it's not guaranteed.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
This, holy crap. And by the way, he turned down the Yankees' 16-year, $760 million contract.
I think there's something better out there for me. And he was right.
He was right. He was 100% right. So somebody explain it in this room. How do they make money? How do they do that?
How much money does baseball make? It's not even that popular of a sport anymore.
Well, I mean, it's
How much is the team worth? You know what I mean?
Could you Google what the Mets are worth? Good question. Because it's a regional sport. Like, that's
Right.
why the major markets, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Mets.
So they have all the talent.
Exactly, and that's why they could spend all that money. Like, for example, Shohei Ohtani last year signed a $700 million contract, 10-year, which, by the way, per year is worth more than this contract.
So he's
2.9
worth
billion.
more.
The Mets are worth $2.9 billion.
Yeah.
Right. But you're going to pay this guy almost
Right.
a billion over.
A sixth of the value of the
That's
franchise.
insane.
Like he could buy the Pirates.
Will you Google what the Pirates
I
are worth? Thank
guarantee
you.
you it's more than the entire Pirate payroll.
I don't know. It's got to be worth a bill, right? Well, no, payroll, absolutely. I'm wondering what the Pirates are worth.
Oh, the actual team?
The actual franchise.
1.3 billion.
So he is.
So he could put a nice downstroke on it and make payments.
Yeah, he's $600 million off of the entire value of the franchise of the Pittsburgh
team.
Pirates.
That's insane.
Give me just for S's and G's. Google what the Pirates' entire payroll was this year. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Because they always have a super low payroll.
Yes,
That's why they suck. They don't pay.
You got it. And when anyone gets good, they just trade it away. 252 WCMF again. Juan Soto, outfielder extraordinaire, has left the New York Yankees. He signs last night with the New York Mets. 15-year, $765 million contract. How do you have the motivation to go play baseball after that?
Do anything, man.
Right? Like, you always you see these stories of like players in the NFL, NHL, Major League Baseball, NBA. He got paid. He doesn't have the motivation anymore. I get it.
Yeah.
I kind of get it.
Especially when you get that kind of cake.
Because, like, you work your whole life. The sacrifices that these athletes made, and I understand they play a child's game for a living.
Yeah.
Fine. Understood. But, like, you do have to bust your ass, and you have to hit the genetic lottery.
Yeah.
So for all of that work you put in as a kid to finally get to that level of comfort, I can't say that I wouldn't be like, hey, I'm done with this too.
Yeah.
Right? What do we got for a payroll?
So it looks like the payroll for 2024 was around $84 million.
Wait. The whole team was $84 million?
His signing bonus
was almost
is
as much.
$9 million less than the entire payroll for the Pirates last year. Oh, my God. Okay. Well.
Is he a nice guy? I don't know.
I have no idea. You
don't know if he's married?
I know nothing about this man. Now I want to know. Well, do I want to know?
If he's married?
Why am I thinking there was some kind of scandal in his past?
Yeah,
but maybe I'm thinking of something.
Hold on.
That would have been part of the story.
I'm scanning down Wikipedia looking for controversy section, and it's not there, so it's not a big
I
enough.
don't see anything.
He's one of the good
You would
guys.
think that would pop right up when you Google it.
If he has controversy, it's not enough to dedicate itself to its own controversy section on
All right.
Wikipedia. So we got that going for us. All right, we come back, wrap it up, try and figure out a way to make $765 million next year in the break room. Let's see you, Beth. That's going to be Rapperoo.
And the old Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means?
Well, I think we're going to do that new fancy segment.
What's that called?
Where's Kimmy hanging in the hood?
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. We're going to put our brains together, figure out where they whining. There should be another segment, why Kimmy's husband is mad at her.
What happened?
Look, I'm getting texts from your husband. I'd like to stay out of your relationship.
What happened?
So we were trying to figure out just a second ago. Juan Soto signed with the Mets his new contract, the highest contract in pro sports history, $765 million over 15 years, and we were comparing it to other payrolls, the Pirates specifically. Your husband texted me.
Yeah.
The Mets just committed more to Juan Soto than the Pirates have committed to their entire payroll over the last decade.
Oh, my God.
Damn.
So they're paying him more than the Pirates have paid every player on their Major League roster
for 10 years.
For the last 10 years. And I had texted him back, busting his balls. I go, too late. I saw it in the commercial. Be more like your wife. Quote, texted her. She doesn't check her phone.
I don't.
It's so frustrating. This chick does
People
not.
text other people to remind me of things.
I never call Kimmy off like when we're
That's
off
why
the
I
air.
don't call her.
No, but like if I need to get Kimmy, I have to call her husband to get Kimmy.
But you're like an old couple. Because like every time I call my brothers, my sister-in-law has answered the phone.
Yeah,
and like
my husband fields a lot of calls for me.
Hello, Kimmy's office. All right, we got to get out of the way.
Right.
For Kimmy,
Yep.
who won't answer, so don't call.
Nope.
For Tommy Muley, who'd love to answer, but he doesn't know how his phone works. What? Huh? Well, hold on.
I sent you a funny picture today.
You did, and it took you 4 minutes to do it. My name's Ben Tubby. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.